Yes, karibuni kwa show yetu siku ya leo. Yeah, it's my hope and my God that you are doing well. Yeah, tugonge hii gurudumu yetu where we always talk all the time about the things which are happening in our nation, because taifa letu lazima tubadilishe. That is the only thing we can do for this generation. We have to change our country. If we do not plan to change our country, we are planning to pass this country to a very bad tunapangia watoto wetu vibaya. So lazima tufanye yale ambayo ni mema, na yale ambayo ni mema ni kumalizana na Ruto. So it's our golden age, nitumie hiyo word. Our golden era is to get out Ruto. Kama kuna kazi tuko nayo kama hiki kizazi, ni kuambia Ruto tawe, because he is a source of backwardness in our country. Let me begin with Professor Hino. Ruto ameamua yeye danganyana, ataanzia kutumia some people thinking that they can be believed. So let's have Professor Hino. That's where I want to start today. Nilikuwa nataka kumucheza jana, lakini I didn't get that time because so anaitwa Professor somebody Hino. He is a Japanese professor, and you know, Ruto knows the level in which we value educated people, and now he thinks we can in our vision 2060, Ruto hata akijaribu kuuza hii haiwezekani. I'm looking for that unajua bana, kuna mtu akikuuzia dream unaweza nunua, lakini dream ya Ruto bana, dream ya wizi bana. Somebody has not lived to the reality of life na nakuuzia dream. Unajua kuna mtu akikuuzia dream you can believe, but sio huyu. Yeah, there are people, if they sell to me a dream, I can believe it, but not Ruto. So I think Ruto is selling pork in Saudi Arabia. That's all what I would say. Ruto is selling pork in Saudi Arabia. So let's hear what Professor Hino has to say, and then we tunaicheza tu just as a formality. We know they don't mean it.
Is a pipe dream, which may not be achieved even with the Vision 2060. President William Ruto has repeatedly held up Singapore as a model of Kenya's economic transformation. The experts say Kenya would need to grow income per person 40 times fold to reach Singapore's current level. Grace Nganga starts her bulletin with that story as the Vision 2060 national conversation began.
Ile Singapore tunasema tutaanza kuona kwa macho.
Singapore has been presented as the destination.
Hiyo barabara ya kuunganisha wa Kenya, ya kufanya kazi pamoja, ya kuhakikisha kwamba vijana wako na nafasi ya ajira, hiyo ndio barabara itatufikisha Canaan tukipitia Singapore.
But for now, Kenya is still a very long way from getting there. At the launch of the Beyond Vision 2030 conversation, Duke University Professor Hiroyuki Hino offered a reality check on Kenya's much talked about Singapore dream.
Reaching Singapore's level of development in the next 30 to 40 years will be difficult.
Over the last 20 years, average household income per person per day has risen from about 291 shillings to 455 shillings. Progress, but not anywhere near Singapore.
Singapore's level of income per person last year exceeded $80,000. This in Kenya, the income was just over $2,000. Huge difference.
A gap of
income per capita ni ile pesa raia anatengeneza kwa mwaka. 80,000, yeah, 80,000 USD most. Yeah. Many people, but at least this one is not even saying it. Yeah, 80,000 in Singapore, 80,000. While in Kenya, income per capita ni ngiri mbili, 2,000. So meaning that Singapore is 40 times. Bwana, hapo hata kwa dawa bwana. Hapo hata kwa dawa tutoboi. There is a lot which you need to do. That is, you have to industrialize and give better pay. That is what Professor is saying. Like, Wakenya waanzie kufika level whereby people are earning close to 10 million per year. Yani, yule jamaa ana earn 10 million per year is among the lowly employed Kenyans. Atu ndiye anapata mshahara ndogo. Yeah, nimeipenda 10 million per year. So tuseme yani mshahara ya 800 ikuwe ni pesa ya kawaida. Yo. Yeah, jamaa kwa pale mshahara ya 800 ikuwe ni mshahara ya kawaida. That is what Singapore means. Mkenya angekuambia hiyo ungeamini, lakini because you are being told by Professor Hino you believe.
Of roughly 40 times. And closing that gap will not happen overnight. Hino says Kenya would need to grow income per person by more than 10% every year for about 35 years to reach Singapore's current.
Sasa sikia hapo, Kenya needs to grow its income by 10% every year for 35 years to fikia Singapore. Na ujue Singapore unataka kufikia si ati imesimama. So we want to reach to the level of Singapore today. Meaning that by the time you are becoming Singapore, Singapore is something else. Because remember, Singapore is also moving. Si ati Singapore sasa, Singapore ati inasimama ingojee Kenya. Singapore haisimami ati ingojee Kenya. Sasa Singapore inasema, we will not develop, we will not do anything. Sisi tumefika pinnacle, wa Kenya mkuje tuangoje. Singapore is also progressing. So, what Singapore is today could be under development in the next 40 years. So there is a possibility we are actually hoping for what Singapore will not be in the next 40 years. So pia lazima so the issue is, and because these people are liars, and the issue is, do you want to be, nimesema tu acha tu niando tu hii topic even if I know it is stupidity. The issue is, do you want to be Singapore the way Singapore is today, or we want to be at par with Singapore after 40 years? Two different things. Kama tunataka kukua kama Singapore, ya sahi ni Singapore ya sahi, sio Singapore in the next 40 years. So kumaanisha bado hatutaifikia Singapore, because Singapore is also developing. Even right now, as we are trying to do whatever we are saying we want to.
Level.
That is a very tall order. Reaching Singapore's current income level requires another 5 percentage point income growth every year. That's hard.
Putting the spotlight on the...
Unajua, it is hard because anaongea na wezi bwana. And the guy driving the Singapore agenda is a thief. Mwizi anaweza kuambia tunaelekea huko aje.
economic strategy being pursued by the Ruto administration. The government has placed significant emphasis on infrastructure and investment, including the National Infrastructure Fund, which is expected to mobilize private capital for projects such as roads, airports, dams, and electricity transmission. But Hino says economic transformation cannot be measured by projects alone.
Economic growth and large investment projects are important. However, ultimately, a government is judged by how well it improves the economic and social well-being of every citizen. Inequality in Kenya.
Unaona hata Ruto anajishika. You evaluate the government based on how people are feeling. For your information, there are some countries which do not have as much as in the infrastructure which as Kenyans. There are countries which do not have SGR. There are countries which do not have a thicker road, but their feeling is better. So you judge based on, can you afford life? Hizi vitu zingine wachana nazo. People will only appreciate infrastructure if they have affordable life. I would appreciate JKIA. But for your information, it is not a must somebody travels. At times, yes, you might have those airports, but you don't need them. So the idea is, before I say that my country is developed, nimekula, nimeshiba, watoto wangu wako shule, that social infrastructure matters a lot. I agree with him on that. Shida anaongelesha wezi na wakora, and people do not mean it. They just brought this thing for political expediency. Ruto does not mean this thing. Sasa Ruto anatafuta barabara ya election ati tuone yako na maono. Hiyo tu ndile kitu ati we see a dream. You don't have a dream, brother. Wewe ni mwizi bana. Deal with your thuggery first of all. Hiyo ndile kitu inamsumbua, thuggery.
Yeah, is high. Kenya is an unequal economy. The poorest 20% of Kenyans receive only 5% of national income, whereas the richest 20% receive one half.
Vision 2030 has only 3 years left. And as Kenya looks beyond it, the challenge is not simply setting another ambitious target. It is turning economic growth into higher incomes, better jobs, and a better quality of life.
So Kenya must accelerate economic growth first. It should tighten fiscal policy, increase investment in infrastructure, on essential services, and bring public debt under control. Increase government support to people in need of help. In Singapore, the government transfers about $7,300 per person per year. In Kenya?
Zero.
Yes, how much? $220.
For now, the number suggests that Singapore remains less a destination Kenya has reached and more a distance dream it is still trying to catch.
With the launch of Vision 2030 and President William Ruto's dream of transforming Kenya into Singapore, the biggest question now is, can Kenya transform from a developing economy to a first-class powerhouse in a generation? Grace Nganga.
You're invited to join Phoenix Energy's next webinar, where you can drill
Hakuna nchi iweze badilika, lakini nchi iweze badilishwa na
deeper into our bond offerings. We currently offer 2 investment.
There is nothing you cannot do, but kama taifa ni wakora, hii dream si ya Ruto. This one should be a dream of somebody else. Somebody else should dream about this. Cha tuingie kwa Gachagua. Leo nimemuona. So I don't want to, I just wanted Professor Hino because at least Professor Hino looks real. So wacha tutaki wengine. Sitacheza wengine. Leo nasikia Ruto ati alijifanya ati ananyeshewa. Ruto unafikiria ati hata ukinyeshewa kuna sympathy tena? Wewe una habari. Wacha niweke Gachagua ongea hapa. Nikaweke kikombe ya chai then nikuje tuendelee from there. Wezi wanakuambia vile watadevelop taifa. Some people are just sick, man. Sick.
Shamba ya Kedong ng'ombe 4,500 acres. Kasango amechukua kupitia ile mheshimiwa ya huko Baringo anaitwa Bishop Jackson Kosgei. Huyu bishop kwa niaba ya Kasongo amenyakua hiyo mashamba. Na mwenye kupanga pia ni mtu ya Kasongo anaitwa Farida Karonoi. Pia ni mtu ya Kasongo. Wanataka kuweka plant ya geothermal energy hapo. Nataka nikwambie Kasongo vile nimekuambia jana. Hii tamaa ya mashamba ya Masai wachana naye. Na ndio yu wa Masai nitawasanya wote tukufukuze mwaka ujao. Uende nyumbani. Na hii mashamba yote nirudishe kwa Masai. Hawa watu ya Kekonyoki wameumizwa na Kasongo. Shamba ya Kibiko ya watu ya Kekonyoki. Miaka nenda miaka rudi. Ospuko Kibiko. Iko court order ya mahakama ya kusema status quo. Jamii imeenda kotini kusema Kasongo wachana na shamba ya Wamasai. Wachana naye, kesi iendelee. Huyu mtu ya Kasongo anaitwa Nixon Koril PS. Saa hii tunaongea anatoa green card ya hiyo shamba na iko court order. Hao watu ya Kasongo have no respect for court orders. Na huyu kijana na mdogo ako na tamaa ya mashamba hata kuliko Kasongo. Wanatembea na Kasongo usiku na torch kutafuta mashamba hapa Kajiado. Si Kasongo ametuhangaisha. Ulisikia juzi akisema ati yeye anafanya kazi mpaka saa 10 usiku. Hakuna kazi ya Kenya. Giza ikiingia anachukua torch, wanaingia gari na Nixon Koril, wanazunguka kutafuta mashamba ya Wamasai wakiwa na map. Sasa wewe Nixon Koril, hizo green card unatengeneza ya Ospuko Kibiko. There is a court order. Wachana naye. Na mimi nataka kuambia Wamasai na wale watu wote wanauziwa hiyo mashamba. Ukinunua hiyo mashamba ulipe Nixon Koril pesa na Kasongo. Mwaka ujao nikichukua serikali, hiyo mashamba nitalegesha kwa Kenyike, wewe mtafuata Kasongo mchukue pesa yenu Sugoi. Mimi nataka kutoa ilani. Mtu yeyote ambaye atanunua hii shamba ya Ospuko Kibiko, iko court order ya kusimamisha ugawaji wa hiyo shamba. Wewe Nixon Koril unatoa green card na unauza hiyo mashamba, unapelekea Kasongo pesa. Nataka kuuliza Wakenya wote, hilo shamba wasinunue ni ya Wamasai. Na iko na wenyewe. Na iko court order. Kwa hivyo mkipatia Nixon Koril pesa, apelekee Kasongo. Next year, mfuate Kasongo, Sugoi, mchukue pesa yenu. Wale iko hapa karibu, mpite Kiligoris. Shamba ya Dabibi ya Masai amechukua, hiyo tutalegesha kwa Wamasai. Hiyo tutamtoa kwa hiyo shamba. Amejenga hapo, analima ngano, hiyo shamba Kasongo utarudisha. Sugoi hiyo ni yako, wewe hiyo kaa naye. Hii Kiligoris tutaongea. Ilikuwa ya Joseph Murumbi, shamba ya Wamasai. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kuuliza Wakenya wote, hii mashamba ya Wamasai wasinunue kwa Nixon Koril na William Ruto. Kwa sababu next year hizo mashamba itarudishwa kwa wenyewe na utapoteza pesa yako. Kwa hivyo usiseme hukujua. Nimeongea mchana, ma-TV iko hapa. Ukipoteza pesa yako usikuje kulia. Oh, nilipatia Kasongo pesa yako, fuata Yesu Goi.
We promise a 10-fold refund if it doesn't work. Traditional dentures can cause jawbone loss and alter your facial contours over time, but these dentures completely avoid these problems. They fit in one.
Akina Rigijia tuwezi fanya kazi na ODM. ODM gani? ODM iliisha. ODM muliuzia Ruto ile shell. ODM ile yenyewe ilienda na Sifuna, Babu Wino na Orengo. Na ile ODM ya Masaini Rigijia ameenda naye. Si nimeenda naye? Ma MCA wote ya ODM wamekuja. Wanachama wa ODM Narok, Kajiado wako DCP. Sasa usiposema ati sisi hatuwezi fanya na ODM. ODM imeisha. Kasongo alimaliza kitambo. Na huyu Junet ndio waliuzia Kasongo ODM. Siku Raila amekufa India. Kuliko Junet na Wanga na Oburu waingie ndege waende walete mwili, walibaki. Kama mwili haijafika, wamepindua ODM, wamepatia Oburu. Katika mila na desturi ya Wajaluo wa Afrika, huwezi gawa mtu kama hajazikwa. Kweli ama uongo? Hii ODM imebadilishwa kabla mwili ya Raila kufika hapa. Na mwenye kuuza ni Junet na Wanga na Oburu. Lakini pia wamegonga Kasongo. Lakini Kasongo ataumia. Alikuwa mtu yangu zamani lakini ameumia. Ameuziwa kitu hakuna. Because ile ODM yenyewe ameuziwa kitu hakuna. Sasa jana nimetoa taarifa ya miaka 4 ya Kasongo. Nimeongea karibu saa 1:30. Nikakunywa maji karibu chupa 3. Nikieleza uongo ya Kasongo. Simulisikia vile nilieleza? Amedanganya watu, ameua Gen Z, amesema vijana wapigwe risasi mguu, ameiba mashamba ya Wamasai, ameharibu masomo ya Kebake, ameharibu linda mama ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Hakuna kazi yote amefanya for 4 years. Sasa nyinyi mkipima kama hakuna kazi Kasongo amefanya mwaka 4, hii mwaka 1 amefanya, mnaamini kuna kitu anaweza fanya? Sasa watu yake nilipoongea wakaanza kuhara. Wakasanywa haraka kwenda jibu Rigiji. Wabunge wakaitwa pale bunge. Wananitukana tu, lakini ile maneno nimesema hawana la kusema. Kwa sababu hakuna kitu imefanywa. DCI anajibu, anakwama. Haongei mambo ya Wetima, ilikuwaje? Haongei mambo ya Rachel Wadeto, haongei. Anaongea mambo 2-3. Huyu kijana anavaa saa ya milioni 1. Analia mambo ya Johana Ngeno. Mambo ingine haongei. Mimi nauliza watu ya Kasongo, simunijibu ile maneno nilisema. Nilitoa point 49. Hamuja jibu hata moja. Jibu yenu ni kutukana Rigiji.
Gachagua hapo ameconfirm alitoa 49 points. Na hakuna hata moja wamejibu 49 points. That's what I wanted that to be marked. Na Gachagua endelea na hiyo opposition. I like his opposition. He will be remembered.
Wani mnafikiri mkinitukana hiyo ni jawabu? Juzi wamekuwa hapo Naivasha. Huyu mtu ya kwetu anaitwa Soprano. Ameketi hapo. Hii Kasongo wako na madharau. Ameketi hapo ati ndio deputy president. Hata kama ni Bonoko lakini ndio yako, si ndio? Si ni Bonoko. Lakini hata kama ni Bonoko si ni yako. Si anakula mshahara. Soprano ameketi hapo. Kasongo amepanga kumwaibisha. Anaambia Simba Arati wewe amuka. Simba Arati anaamuka anasema hii kiti ya deputy president hii ni yetu watu ya ODM. Na kama huyu Kindiki anataka atoke huko akuje ODM. Na Kindiki amekaa hapo. Anaangalia chini. Unajua ni mfupi sasa kuangalia chini hapana iko kasi mingi. Simwili yake karibu kwa sakafu. Anainama. Sasa wewe Kasongo, hata kama umeamua kufukuza hii Soprano kwa sababu hana watu, hana wafuasi, amekataliwa Mlimani, amekataliwa Kenya kwa sababu ni Bonoko. Hata kama umeamua kumfukuza, iko haja gani kumwaibisha? Atikiti yake inaongelelewa kama ameketi hapo. Hata kama yeye ni buri, si ni bwana ya mtu? Si ni baba ya mtoto?
Hata kama yeye ni bure. Unajua hapo Rigiji anataka kuita Kindiki bure, lakini kuna vile anaiweka ati ni bora, hata kama ni bure, si ni bora ya mtu with emotion. Budi, can you come please? Hiyo inauma bwana.
Hata kama hana wananchi, hana wafuasi, kwa sababu hana, at least ni bwana ya mtu, iko kumwaibisha hapo. Na niliona alimfanya vile alikuwa ananifanya, akitembea kwa mkeka nyekundu anatembea na hiyo buru, Kidiki anatembea kwa nyasi. Unajua Kasongo akitaka kukufukuza kwambie uende. Na hii Soprano hajaelewa. Mimi alijaribu kunifanya namna hiyo. Mtu alijaribu kuingia kwa mkeka mimi na mgongo. Iko hii kijana yake hii ya standard 2 alijaribu kuingia kwa mkeka nikitembea na Kasongo, nikamsukuma anaanguka huko. Iko hapo nilikuwa Naivasha siku nyingine, hii mtu anaitwa David D akajaribu kuja kwa mkeka, tunatembea na Kasongo nikamsukuma nje. Na hiyo ni madharau ya Kasongo. Alikuwa ananifanyia vile vile anafanyia huyo Kindiki. So wewe Soprano, Kasongo akitaka kufukuza hakuambii uondoke. Ni hiyo njia. Hiyo ya kutoa wewe kwa nyasi, anaweka hii mzee anaitwa Oburu. Alafu anatafuta watu ya ODM kutukana wewe. Na ndivyo alikuwa ananifanya mimi. Lakini mimi kwa sababu nilikuwa nimemchaguliwa, mimi namwambia wewe Kasongo, wacha hiyo maneno. Wacha kuleta madharau. Sasa hii ni mtu ya kupewa kazi, ni mfanyikazi, hawezi ongea. Yes sir. Ni fire si fire. Ni noma si noma. Ni Soprano si Soprano. Ni aibu si aibu. Mtu hata kama si mtu mzuri, jana kama mzazi, kama Mkristo, nimemwonea huruma. Kama Mkristo, I felt for him. You don't have to embarrass another man, even if you don't want him, even if you are through with him. Why do you embarrass him in front of other men? Sasa akienda nyumbani kwake iko heshima kwa boma yake. Huyu Kasongo hapana mtu mzuri. Si mtu mzuri. Vile amefanyia Soprano jana is very humiliating to humiliate another man. Pale Mount Elgon walikuwa wameua mtu hapo, anataka kiti ya ubunge. Huyu Murkomen na Amin walikuwa wanafanya cover up. Ile mtu ameua huyo mtu, kuliko akamatwe analindwa na askari. Nikatangaza. Pressure ikakuwa mingi. So jana usiku wameenda kwa mjumbe wa Mount Elgon anaitwa Kapondi. Wamepata bunduki 18 na risasi zaidi ya 3,000 na vijana 8. Na ni ya serikali, ni ya GK. Nataka kuuliza Murkomen, bunduki ya serikali na risasi ya serikali ulikuwa umempatia Fred Kapondi kama nani? Bona bunduki ya serikali na risasi ya serikali Murkomen unapatia mjumbe wa Mount Elgon inatumika kuua Wakenya? Tunasikia uchungu sana tukijua hizi bunduki imenunuliwa na pesa ya umma ya kulinda Wakenya. Imekuwaje ile bunduki imenunuliwa na pesa ya umma inatumika kuua Wakenya? Ni aibu si aibu? Kwa hivyo tunataka kusema bwana DCI, hapana ficha huyu Kapondi vile umeficha wale maofisa ya Kikuyu Uganda. Usipangie hii Kapondi kutoroka Uganda. Na tunashindwa hii watu wanatoroka kwa boda, iko polisi walipitia wapi? Huyu mjumbe akamatwe, ajibu mashtaka. Na wewe Murkomen ueleze ni kwa nini ulipatia mjumbe wa Mount Elgon silaha ya serikali, risasi ya serikali ambayo inatumika kuua watu ambaye hawana hatia.
Lakini Gachagua wewe, huyo mzee ni hatari kubwa. Amepeleka siasa ya opposition level ingine. Sasa ako na kapodi sasa. Yaani Gachagua amesema kila mtu ukifanya kitu mbaya hii mambo ni noma. Siwezi weka Ruto. Huyo naye hatuwezi weka. Let's have the issue of Kindiki.
Now, the composition of a 10-member committee tasked with shaping broad-based government's common manifesto is raising questions over the political influence of Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki and Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, while allies of President William Ruto, ODM, and National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula feature prominently in the team. There is no obvious political lieutenant from either Kindiki or Mudavadi's political camp. As a broad-based arrangement increasingly turns its attention to 2027, could the committee be offering an early glimpse into who is gaining influence and who could be losing ground? Grace Nganga with the details.
The political architecture of the broad-based government is taking shape, but buried in 10 names selected to formulate a common manifesto between UDA and ODM is a conspicuous absence. No ally of Deputy President Kithure Kindiki and Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi are included. The committee emerged from the Naivasha retreat, where the two sides agreed to develop a shared policy program ahead of the 2027 general election. And with the president and his eventual running mate expected to implement a manifesto developed by the two, membership of the team carries considerable political weight. On the ODM side, the team includes figures with established links to senior party officials. Professor Bernard Mwok, a county secretary in Homa Bay, has worked closely with Governor Gladys Wanga and previously featured prominently in discussions around the county's political succession. Engineer Kare Orege from Siaya is the chair of the Council of the Great Lakes University of Kisumu and a former senior civil servant. He is also married to Trade Principal Secretary Regina Ombam. Miriam Abdullahi Mbaruk, meanwhile, is a former Mombasa County executive responsible for finance and economic planning, having served during Hassan Joho's tenure as governor. Then there is Isaac Wabuge, a former ODM parliamentary candidate and a political and governance analyst, who recently publicly backed cooperative CS Weekly for Paranya for the deputy president position. The ODM side also have Professor Leonida Kerubo Omosa, the acting deputy vice chancellor for human resource and administration at the University of Nairobi. On the Kenya Kwanza side, the names point to another network of political and policy interests. Dr. Emmanuel Nzai, chair of the Vision 2030 board, is a former Kilifi gubernatorial aspirant who later served as Aisha Jumo's running mate. Bramwell Simiyu has links to National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula's political network and has previously participated in coalition and merger discussions involving Ford Kenya, ANC, and UDA. Dr. Cecilia Ngetich is a former Bomet woman rep and a UDA appointee to the Lake Victoria South Waterworks Development Agency board. Then there is Dr. Daniel Mwai, who is a health and environmental economist who serves in the Presidential Economic Transformation Secretariat. And Mohammed Hassan is a member of the Presidential Council of Economic Advisors and was involved in the development of the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The emerging picture is therefore difficult to ignore that one of the senior figures who occupy critical positions within the broad-based government, Kindiki, doesn't appear to have placed identifiable allies. For Kindiki, that raises an especially sensitive question. Could this mean that he was not central to the negotiations that produced the team? For Mudavadi, the picture is equally intriguing. He surrendered his ANC party to the UDA merger, but like Kindiki, he has no obvious political lieutenant on the 10-member team. But as UDA and ODM move from cooperation towards a more structured political partnership, the composition of the teams around President Ruto could offer important clues about where power is shifting. Grace Nganga, KTN.
Still
here at Terry Bison Ranch, we have about 27,000 acres. So we don't have cell service. Our radios don't even help us out.
UDA MP Gabriel Kagombe has claimed Deputy President Kithure Kindiki's fate in the broad-based administration is sealed, saying it is now a matter of when, not if, the Deputy President will lose his number 2 position. Speaking to TV47, Kagombe accused President William Ruto of stage managing Kindiki's humiliation during the broad-based coalition retreat in Naivasha, where Kisii Governor Simba Arati openly demanded the Deputy President's position for ODM, prompting UDA Mount Kenya MPs to walk out of the meeting. Apollo Kamau reports.
As a clear signal that he has ditched UDA and cut his political ties with President William Ruto, Gatundu South MP Gabriel Kagombe has revealed why he quit UDA.
Agent Kindiki's humiliation during the broad-based coalition retreat in Naivasha, where Kisii Governor Simba Arati openly demanded the Deputy President's position for ODM, prompting UDA Mount Kenya MPs to walk out of the meeting. Apollo Kamau reports.
As a clear signal that he has ditched UDA and cut his...
Lakini huyu jamaa bana ni kama amepata malaria bana. Ati anatoa mapicha za Ruto. Hebu niwaoneshe hapo. Na huyu jamaa bana asikue ni molo bana. Sababu huyu jamaa venye hata anaongea mpaka kwa TV bwana. Ruto kweli ni kaswende bana. I hope
to walk out of the meeting. Apollo Kamau reports.
As a clear signal that he has ditched UDA and cut his political ties with President William Ruto, Gatundu South MP Gabriel Kagombe has revealed why he quit UDA, citing the humiliation he says Deputy President Kithure Kindiki and Mount Kenya MPs faced during Monday's broad-based government retreat in Naivasha, where Kisii Governor Simba Arati openly declared in the president's presence that Kindiki's position belonged to the ODM party.
Now, he comes and calls all of us to a room. To a room. You call us to a hall. And then you send Simba Arati to tell us in no uncertain terms that you people are now not wanted. And going forward, this government will be between ODM and your side, and ODM must produce the deputy president as a reducible minimum. And we must have 50% of cabinet secretaries. And when they are mamas, the president stands and says, "Nyinyi mnyamaze hapo," telling you very subtly that I've heard what has been said, but please, you work with it. Know what to do. What is that person telling you? You know, the Swahili say, akufukuzae, akuambi toka.
According to Kagombe, the meeting that angered Mount Kenya UDA MPs and led them to walk out has sealed Kindiki's fate in the broad-based government and marked the end of UDA's political fortunes in the Mount Kenya region.
Professor's goose is cooked. Cooked. Completely. It's cooked. And you know, now I've always heard of politics of use and dump. I did not know what that meant. I have just experienced it. Unajua vile tumesemana na hiyo serikali. We didn't think that this guy could be so insincere. There are some things mtu anakuambia with a straight eye, anakuangalia kwa macho hivi bwana. You wouldn't think that they could be lying. The meeting of Monday ilikuwa mazishi ya UDA. We buried that party. That is the truth. UDA cannot get the 5,000 votes they got in Olkalau. They can't even get 1% of that.
Kagombe claims it's only a matter of time before more UDA MPs quit the party, claiming that the majority of MPs are headed to the opposition.
Naivasha, mimi nilijua kimeumana maombi ya kufungua. After the national anthem, Bensouda akaombesha. Yani maombi, yani ilifanywa maombi ndo yani ni agenda iliyoko kwa maombi. Mtu anaomba anasema, wewe Mungu tunakuomba wakati tunakuja kuchukua hii kiti ya deputy president utusaidie kwa maombi.
At his Gatundu South backyard, Kagombe criticized President William Ruto for failing to honor his campaign promises, saying this left him with no choice but to heed the call of Gatundu South residents to ditch Ruto and UDA.
You know, Apollo, when you go to a sitting president and you sit them and he comes with all grandiose, calls the minister for roads, where Chirchir kuja, and your PS and the DG Kera come sit here, tells you where Kagombe sema shida zako. You know, when you chomoka State House, you go straight to the village. In fact, mwenye kidogo hata uende na truck uanze kuchimba kidogo, ukiambia watu sasa maneno iko mzuri, tunatengeza barabara. Bwana, that guy has done that to us every year. Promises za uongo bwana. Unaona promise watu wako unawaambia hizi barabara nitajenga. Jamaa amekudanganya.
The ongoing wave of defections in the Mount Kenya region is akin to what happened to the Jubilee Party, tilting the 2022 presidential vote in favor of President William Ruto. Apul Kamau, TV47 in Nairobi.
Frankly speaking, okay, karibu sana Firandu. The way Kagombe is behaving bana, it's too unreal bana. Within one day bana.
Summer is here, and right now get 0% financing for 5 years.
Let me show you something, But nani? What happened? Firandu.
To walk out of the meeting, Apollo Kamau
As a clear signal that he has ditched UDA and cut his political ties with President William Ruto. Gatundu South MP Gabriel Kagombe has revealed why he quit UDA, citing the him.
It's too good to be real, man. Ati anatoa mapicha kwa kamera. Hey, bwana. Jua ya venye ameguzwa. Anatoa mapicha kwa kamera. Hii. Hii. Mbona Gachagua asimwambie wewe hata kama unakuja hakuna kiti. You will see you will behave this way. Wewe kuja tukupokee kama raia, lakini viti tushapanga ama viti zishajipanga. Huyu Kagombe anataka kurecontest hapa. As long as Kagombe want to vie, I'm not with him. Please, Bwana Gachagua, in the mercies of God, don't take Kagombe. Please. Makubwa haya. Taki maneno ya UDA hapa. Kimathi TV.
Onyo akaondoka na Kindiki akabaki akiongea. Ni kana kwamba William Ruto akimuona Profesa Kithure Kindiki anahisi kutapika na anaona kinyaa. Ndio sababu wakati profesa alipoinuka kuzungumza katika hafla ya kitaifa huko Ikulu ya Nairobi, ambapo mikutano yote ya kampeni za 2027 sasa Ruto anaifanyia huko kila siku, rais aliamka bila onyo akaondoka na Kindiki akabaki akiongea kwa njia ya kuaibishwa katika kisa ambacho ni cha hivi punde katika msururu mrefu wa embarrassing moment zinazoendelea kuonyeshwa Kindiki hadharani na zinazoonekana kuwa zimepangwa na kuwa orchestrated kama njia ya kuonyesha wananchi wengine wote wanaouziwa propaganda ya anti-Kikuyuism kwamba Kindiki hana mamlaka serikalini. Tunafungua njia sasa, mtu wenu waingie.
Ya kuboresha maisha ya Wakenya ili tuwe kati ya nchi zilizoendelea katika siku za usoni. I am proud to report on behalf of the government of Kenya that the last 4 years under the leadership of President William Ruto, we have been able to do a number of things. And I want to highlight some of the steps that we've taken as a country.
Ken Daniel, wewe lakini umeona vile Kagombe anambehave wewe bwana. Jamaa unaona ati anatuonesha akitoa picha za Ruto hadharani bwana. It is very good for our dopamine. Lakini bwana, hawa majamaa, you can understand their pride. You understand hawa watu wakati wa finance bill ndio walikuwa natufinya. Hawa watu bwana, it is our time pia kuwafinya. Bwana Ken Daniels. Ukikumbuka hawa akina Kagombe, they had an opportunity to fight for the Kenyans. Huyu mtu isipokuwa ni vile wameona sasa kuna signal kwa Kindiki angetoka. If Ruto was serious with Kindiki, si angekuwa naye bado. There is a problem. These are people who have no consciousness. As long as he is somewhere, he is benefiting, because maybe that time Kindiki was having money, alikuwa anawapea to continue showing that image, but there is a problem. Mimi Kagombe, I can't. Bye.
Wakati profesa akianza kuzungumzia tu mambo ya Kenya kuwa dunia ya tatu kwenda dunia ya kwanza, Rais William Ruto anaonekana kuwa mchovu na mwenye kuboeka, na hata anajishika kichwa kama ambaye anataka kulala. Kisha hata kabla profesa hajaongeza sentensi mbili, anakuja mpangaji wa ikulu wa Rais William Ruto, Dennis Itumbi, na Itumbi ananong'oneza kitu kwa Rais William Ruto, kisha rais anainuka na walinzi wake wanainuka katika hali ambayo inaonekana kuwa ya kutaka video za kamera zicapture kile kinachofanyika. Katika siasa mara nyingi mambo kama haya yanaweza kupuuzwa, kusemekana ni nomo, eti rais labda alikuwa anaenda msalani ama kitu kama hicho, lakini wanaoelewa siasa ya sasa na ilivyo tension katika ikulu ya Nairobi kuhusu re-election wanajua kwamba mara nyingi hata wazungu wa nje wenye makampuni ya mamilioni huwa wananunuliwa na kukodishwa waje Kenya wapange strategy, kiasi kwamba kila kamera inapowashwa mbele ya wanasiasa hawa katika kipindi kama hichi, inakuwa sasa ni wakati wa kupanga drama na kuweka optics na kuonyesha wananchi picha fulani. Ndio sababu sio rahisi kuamini kwamba hii ya William Ruto kuamka na kuboeka Kindiki akiongea ni kitu tu kilichofanyika. Haja kubwa iliyopo ya kuonyesha wananchi kwamba Kindiki anadharauliwa hadharani ndani ya serikali na yeye ana nguvu, kama ilivyokuwa inaonyeshwa tangu alipopewa kiti hicho, hata wakati akionekana kupangwa na Faruk Kibet, huwa ni kama njia ya superiority. Na hawa viongozi wa William Ruto, hasa wa Rift Valley, ambao wengi wao ni watu wa kabila sana, wenye tribal supremacy na wanaohisi walizaliwa kushindana na Wakikuyu Kenya, na huwa sasa ni kuassert authority, kuonyesha wananchi serikali ni yetu, tamshi ambalo utasikia likitumika sana baina ya viongozi wa juu kila wakati. Na hata kuondolewa kwa Rigiji ofisini ilikuwa kama njia ya kujaribu kuprove kwamba sisi serikali ni yetu, hata kama nyinyi mlitusaidia kuipata, yenu ilikuwa ile iliyopita. Mbinu hii ya kuwaibisha viongozi wa makabila fulani ambayo yanaonekana hayapo katikati ya mamlaka inatumika sio tu kwa Kindiki, bali hata wakati John Mbadi alipokaribishwa serikalini na wana ODM wakaanza kupiga kelele, ilitokea video moja yake akisukumwa kama kitoto na Faruk Kibet. Na imani ni kwamba hawa wana blogu na wana kamera wanaorekodi huwa wamepangwa, wanaambiwa sasa hii tunaitrendisha ili watu wazungumze kwa namna hii kuhusu hicho. Kinachomfanyikia Profesa Kindiki hata hivyo sasa hivi ni kitu cha wazi kinachoonekana na kujadiliwa hadharani, sio tu na wananchi na wanahabari, bali pia na wanasiasa wenzake. Lakini swali kuu linakuwa ni kwa nini profesa anasubiria kuaibishwa na kuvuliwa nguo katika impeachment ama kujadiliwa bungeni kisha atemwe, kitu ambacho lazima kitamfanyikia, na kwa nini asiondoke sasa hivi aanze siasa yake nje ya Ruto na amgeuzie rais, iwe sasa yeye ndiye anamwaibisha mapema anavyofanya Jiji Kagombe. Jibu la rais ni lile kwamba Kindiki hajali, yeye haoni kwamba yeye kuaibishwa inaaibisha watu walikotoka wa Mlima Kenya, kwa sababu labda ameuziwa kampeni hii ambaye kila anayefanya ikulu ya Nairobi na William Ruto na si wa Rift Valley anauziwa, eti wewe sasa kataa watu wa kwenu, useme wewe ni tribeless, na wote wanaosisitiza kwamba siasa ya Kenya ni uwakilishaji kwa misingi ya kikabila ni wajinga hata kama ni wa kwenu, na mimi nitakuona mwerevu na mtu mwenye mawazo maendelevu kama utakubaliana nami kwamba uwakilishaji wako hapa sio wa kikabila. Haya huwa yanaendeshwa kwa watu ambao sio wa kwao Rais William Ruto, lakini ikifika kwa maslahi ya nyumbani, ukabila unatumika strictly. Ndio sababu wakuu wa polisi lazima wawe wa kutoka kwa rais, na hata viti vingine muhimu kama PS wanaokaa chini ya mawaziri huwa ni wa nyumbani strictly, ili likionekana kuchukuliwa hata na marafiki wapya wa William Ruto katika broad-based kina John Badi na wengine, ambao kila wanapozungumza ni kusifu jinsi wanavyoletea makabila yao mapochopocho, kisha wanabadilisha lugha na kusema Kikuyu ni mkabila. Nchini Kenya, ukabila ni neno la kumaanisha Ukikuyu, na Mkikuyu peke yake anayeweza kupigiwa makofi katika siasa ni yule anayekubali na kutikisa kichwa chake kilichojaa elimu kusema kwamba sisi watu wetu ni wakabila, mimi ndio Sifuna, mimi ndio Ruto, bila kujua kwamba unaposema tribeless kwa mtu asiyekupenda wewe kama mtu wa mlima, kile unachosema ni kwamba Kikuyu is the problem in Kenya. Watu kama Kimani Ichung'wah na Profesa Kindiki ambao ni watu wenye elimu ya juu na wanaojiona kwamba elimu hii imewatenganisha na mwananchi wa kawaida, huwa ndio watu rahisi kupumbaza kwa mawazo kama haya, kisha ukiwatumia na kuwamalizia, wakati wa kuwatema huwa wanatemwa kama Wakikuyu, sio kama watu wenye mawazo ya kuendelea ya progressive American left-wing politics. Mkikuyu ambaye amekataa kuwa profiled na kurushiwa lawama na guilt ya kusema mimi watu wetu wamekosea Wakenya kwa hivyo nitakusaidia kupiga watu wetu, ni Mkikuyu ambaye huonekana kuwa mgumu kama Rigathi Gachagua na ambaye atashambuliwa sana kila wakati. Ndio sababu leo hii licha ya wote kuwa katika upinzani, inaonekana upinzani umekuja pamoja kukubaliana kwamba anybody can be president if they are not a Kikuyu, lugha ambayo ndio hiyo hiyo inayotumika na watu wa William Ruto. Tatizo lililopo ni kwamba watu kama Profesa Kindiki, watu kama Geoffrey Ruku na watu kama Kimani Ichung'wah wanaamini kwamba yapo mambo kuwahusu, labda ni elimu yao ama umeru na uembu wao unaowaepusha katika lawama hiyo ya kulaumiwa Wakikuyu, na eti wakicheka vya kutosha, watumie lugha ya kinyonge ya kutosha, labda wao watasamehewa kwa kuwa watu wa mlima, kitu ambacho huwa hakifanyiki. Yapo masomo, lessons na elimu kubwa inayozidi ya kiprofesa ambayo Kithure Kindiki anaenda kupitishwa nayo na Oscar Sudi, Aaron Cheruyot, Kipchumba Murkomen na William Ruto wakati wakianza kumtoa kwa serikali yao, na ule mchakato wa propaganda watakaompitishia utahakikisha kwamba Profesa Kindiki hatawahi kusikika tena katika siasa ya Kenya. Iwapo Kindiki atajinyamazisha na aruhusu William Ruto amteme nje, Ruto atatumia umakini wa daktari wa kuchinja unaojulikana kimombo kama surgery precision kuhakikisha kwamba anapomuua huyu mwanamlima amemuua na kumzika na hajarudia hata kosa moja alilofanya wakati akilipa Mutuse aseme Rigathi ni mkabila. Wakati huu pesa zilizotolewa wakati ule zitatolewa maradufu, propaganda iliyotumiwa itachujwa na iangaliwe zaidi, ili ikifika pale inakoelekezwa iibue hisia zinazolengwa, na wale watakaotumwa kufanya kibarua hiki watakuwa wamepangwa vyema wasirudie makosa ya Boss Sholei na wengine waliokuja kumwaga mtama baadaye. Ndio sababu tunasema wana ODM ndio wanaweza kupewa kibarua hiki ambacho ni risk business, na waambiwe iwapo nyinyi mtaweza kutekeleza kibarua cha kutema Kindiki kwa njia ambayo itakuwa bora zaidi katika hii mission yetu ya 42 against 1, yani kumaanisha wakati mkimalizana na huyu bwana ambaye ni naive na anaonekana haamini maovu mengi yanaweza kuwa katika mioyo ya rafiki zake, mtakuwa mmeifanya kwa njia ambayo mimi hata sitahitaji kuongeza chochote wakati nikiambia Wakenya shida ni Kikuyu. Kindiki atajua kwa mara ya kwanza kwamba yeye ni Kikuyu, na Kimani atajua kwa mara ya kwanza kwamba yeye sio wa Kiambu, yeye ni wa Mlima Kenya. Bila shaka wana ODM wakiongozwa na Junet Mohamed wanafurahia sana kupewa nafasi nyingine ya kufanya mchakato wa impeachment, na juzi Junet amesikika wakati akimwaga mtama wake anavyopenda kufanya bila kujali, akifichua siri jinsi wabunge wanafaa kutumia mbinu zote kuinvest pesa nyingi za kuhongwa wanazopewa katika impeachment, eti kwa sababu impeachment haiji kila siku, inapokuja jenga pesa ya mamilioni nyumbani kwenu, usiwe kama Sifuna. Profesa Kithure Kindiki kwa kusalia serikalini anafungua njia ya kuumiza watu wa jamii yake, hasa watu wa Mlima Kenya East ambao wataaibika na kutukanwa sana iwapo mchakato wa impeachment utaletwa bungeni dhidi yake, na aishie kwamba chuki iliyopo baina ya watu wa mlima na viongozi wa ODM na sehemu zingine wanaopenda kuchochea wananchi kwa misingi ya kikabila ni chuki iliyoongezeka mara 10, kitu ambacho profesa anaweza kukizuia iwapo atajiuzulu serikalini, awaite wanahabari na atangaze hadharani bila uoga kwamba Ruto ana kampeni yake anayoipanga ya kutenga. Akifanya hivyo atakuwa amepreempt mipango anayopangiwa na wana ODM, na pia atakuwa ameondoa aibu inayoweza kuja iwapo utakuwepo mchakato mwingine bungeni unaotazamwa kitaifa, ambapo wabunge wanasimama na kutupa cheche za maneno kwa viongozi wa kuchaguliwa kutoka sehemu fulani. Kithure Kindiki anafaa kubali kwamba licha ya kuwa kiti anachokalia sio chake na akiwakilishi wananchi wake, yeye kuondolewa na kuaibishwa kufikia hapa itakuwa ni aibu sio yake peke yake, bali ya watu wote wa Meru na Tharaka Nithi na mlima kote. Kwa kukubali William Ruto amteme ofisini kwa njia ya kumwaibisha, atakuwa anaendeleza kile ambacho amekuwa akifanya cha kusaidia serikali ya sasa ipanue mzozo zaidi kati ya Wakikuyu na jamii zingine za Kenya, na iwapo anajua kweli kusalia serikalini anachorepresent ni aibu dhidi ya watu wake au la, ni kitu ambacho huwezi kukijua kwa kuangalia Profesa Kindiki. Lakini ikiwa yeye kwa uprofesa wake anaamini upo uwezekano eti William Ruto atasalia naye mpaka dakika ya mwisho wakati Wakikuyu wamemuondokea, basi labda profesa kweli anahitaji somo kubwa na mtihani wa kitaifa unaomkujia kutoka kwa William Ruto. Kimoja tu ambacho kinaweza kuokoa Profesa Kindiki iwapo wana ODM wataanza mchakato wa kutaka wamuondoe, wamtafutie makosa, wachukue kiti hicho, ni kwamba wananchi wanaweza kukataa impeachment nyingine katika kipindi kifupi ambapo William Ruto anaonekana kukaidi katiba na kujibadilishia deputies kama ambao ni vices, na pia itawezekana kwamba wabunge wengi wanaoegemea dhidi ya William Ruto, na leo hao ni wengi, iwe ni Wasifuna, Kalonzo ama Rigiji, watakubaliana na kisiri waje pamoja kuangusha motion kama hiyo. Leo hii sio rahisi kushawishi wabunge, iwe ni kwa pesa au la, kwamba Profesa Kindiki pia ni shetani walivyoshawishiwa kwamba Rigathi Gachagua ni shetani. Kwanza kwa sababu washajua Rigathi hakuwa shetani, alikuwa kiongozi ambaye alimweka Ruto uoga na wasiwasi kwa kuwa mwenye akili zaidi ya Ruto, na basi wakati wakichuja hata wakati huu watajiuliza ni nini inayofanya huyu bwana atemwe pia, na jibu likiwa ni obvious kwamba kiti kinataka kupeano kwingine Ruto ajiokoe. Wabunge wengi hawatakuwa radhi kumsaidia na kibarua hiki pia. Hata kama utashawishi mtu akusaidie kumuua mwenzako na kuficha mwili, wakati ukirudi baadaye ujaribu kumshawishi akusaidie kibarua kama hicho tu cha kumuua mtu mwingine, utapata ugumu kumshawishi wakati huu eti hata huyu mnayemuua ni mbaya kama yule wa kwanza.
Sprinkle 4, here we go.
Oh yes, my queen.
Every 10 minutes, angels
Yeah, hayo ni mambo makubwa. So I don't know why even we are being tempted to speak about Kindiki, but I will speak. But it's so unfortunate that Kindiki cannot be able to read the signs of time. Najua ya kwamba Ruto ashamalizana na yeye, and that's why you are now seeing even some reaction of those Kikuyu minions who thought that they were there to humiliate Gachagua. Karibu sana animal, rather any party which is in opposition should get their good candidates voted and not only DCP. That's how democracy should work. We fought for multi-party, so let the people decide. Aya, Mama Muradha anasema tuache story mingi, vyama tu ni hile hile. Mimi maneno ya Ruto hiyo siweki. You know very well. Mimi Ruto hapana tambua. Let me see who spoke today. Anyway, Gachagua ni kama he has built his political platform now. That is something now which we have to now say comfortably. Yeah, so I do not see Gachagua having an interview today. So did Matiang'i do anything today? So the only person, yeah, Matiang'i did something 3 days ago. Yeah, 3 days ago. Sifuna leo nimemwona akienda kwa Law Society of Kenya, but nimesikia kuna kitu ya ati hii maneno ya Homa Bay, kuna watu wanazuilia huo mkutano wa Homa Bay ati usikue. Maybe I can begin there. I saw some people shared quite a lot. Yeah, there are people who shared quite a lot. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, people shared the Kenyan democracy. Let me see. Hiyo story ya Homa Bay. Wanaendelea kutoka ya? Acha niweke hiyo. Kwani mnafikiria Ruto cannot get a coalition? Hata huko Eldoret amekuwa si governor's race against time. Already Ruto now, let me see, wale watu wamepoteza already, wacha niendelee njio. Omango of course yeye ameenda. Wamatangi I don't know about him. Gachagua akaza kamba DCP. Yeah. Anyway. So nataka kutafuta Gladys Wanga because I'm hearing Gladys Wanga is let me see. Nimesikia Gladys Wanga anaonya watu wasitokezea. Let's look for her. We see if there is anything from him. Ati watu wasitokezee. Gladys Wanga. Ati Ruto should not see many people there. Nani ameshare na mimi hiyo video ya Gladys Wanga? Where is Gladys Wanga? Let me see kama kuna. I had seen somebody sharing. Nione nani alishare na mimi hiyo story ya Gladys Wanga. Kindiki hapo. So somebody shared with me about your outburst. Ama ni Budi Kagombe. Kindiki's status. Oh, ndio hii. Oh, meter match. So where is Gladys Wanga? Okay. Gladys Wanga. Oh, ndio hii. Ati watu wakitokezea sana kwa Sifuna, ati Ruto atakasirika. Kwani is Ruto now your husband ama Ruto ni nini? Everything is geared towards like making Ruto happy. Huh?
She once said tour us 20 times if you want. Now she's telling her own people stay home or starve. Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga has flipped the script on the Linda Mwananchi movement, and she is doing it in the Luo, on the ground, county by county. Sunday, August 16th, could either be the day Luo Nyanza declares political independence or the day it gets scared right back into line. This is not politics. This is psychological warfare, and Gladys Wanga just picked a side. Homa Bay is not just a county right now. It is a battlefield of the mind, and the governor herself is holding the megaphone. Gladys Wanga, ODM's national chairperson, has spent this week crisscrossing Suba Central, Suba South, and Sindo with one message on repeat. Do not show up for the Linda Mwananchi rally on August 16th, not because it is illegal, not because it is dangerous, but because, in our words, your own photographs could be used against you. Listen to this. Speaking in the Luo, Wanga told residents, quote, they want you to come out in large numbers and be photographed. Your photos will be sent to Uhuru to release money, yet you will be left here hungry without anything. Let that sink in. She is telling Homa Bay that a simple crowd, could be the very thing that starves them. And she did not stop there. She painted a picture of a wounded president watching from status, quietly losing faith in a region he has been pouring roads and projects into. Quote, however clean-hearted the president may be, she asked, can't he lose hope in us? That is not a campaign talk. That is a warning shot dressed up as a concern, guilt, weaponized like a machete in the maize field. But rewind just 1 week and you will hear completely different Gladys Wanga. On August 5th and 6th, in Kabondo, Kasipul, and Rachonyo East, shows the picture of democratic tolerance.
That as a people, particularly in the ODM party, our decision is made. So you can tour these places, you can tour them 5 times, you can come back 7 times, you can come back 20 times.
You can tour these places 5 times, she said. You can come back 7 times, you can come back 20 times. She spoke of constitutional freedom. She spoke of family. Let us not fight or shed blood because of politics. She told the youth, we are one family.
I want to urge our young people, let us not fight. Let us not shed blood. Let us not fight each other. We are one family. We are one family as young people of this region. Let us not fight. We are one people as young people of this nation. Let us not fight. Mtu akikuja, wacha aseme mambo yake. Akimaliza, wacha aende. Usiku atafanya nini? Atalala.
So what changed in a matter of days? The calendar got closer to August 16th and the political stakes got sharper. This is the classic Kenyan political pivot. Open the door with a smile, then quietly nail it shut once the visitor is too close to the good silverware. Here is the bigger picture. The Linda Mwananchi movement, fronted by Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna, Embakasi East MP Babu Owino, and Siaya Governor James Orengo, is a breakaway ODM faction that has rejected President Ruto's second-term ambitions outright. They have been sweeping through Western Kenya, pulling massive crowds wherever they land. Homa Bay, the beating heart of ODM loyalty, is their next target. And it comes at the most sensitive moment possible after the death of party founder Raila Odinga, a loss that cracked ODM's internal foundation right down the middle. Mainstream ODM under Wanga has chosen a different road, backing the broad-based government arrangement and reportedly eyeing a full UDA-ODM coalition with talk over 50-50 power split that could even include the deputy presidency. In other words, Wanga is not just defending president, she is defending a seat at a table that has not even been built yet. And now, the accusations are flying like stones in a political stoning match. On August 12th, Babu Owino dropped a bombshell alleging that Wanga, Migori Governor Ochilo Ayako, Homa Bay Town MP Peter Kaluma, and an MCN named Ogindo held a late-night meeting to mobilize what he called goons to attack Linda Mwananchi supporters, possibly disguised under the cover of voter registration near an airstrip.
They are planning to send goons to hide under the charade of voter registration on Sunday near Kabunde airstrip so that they can block us from getting into town from the airstrip. They are planning to block the bridges that lead into Homa Bay town. They are planning to send goons around the hotels they suspect we will spend the night before the rally.
Owino, warned of bloodshed, is called on the Inspector General of Police to step in before Sunday turns into something Kenya cannot undo.
In Nyanza region, we are being hunted like wild animals, like dogs. What is happening with our people? What is happening with this nation? I call upon the great people of Homa Bay. Do not be cowed, attend these rallies. We are not cancelling any rally in Homa Bay.
So we are calling upon the IG to come out and protect the innocent lives of Homa Bay people and our democratic right to hold peaceful assembly, and to do our politics in peace.
James Orengo, never one to shrink from a fight, echoed the alarm, claiming weapons were distributed following a UDA-ODM meeting in Naivasha. His response defiant. The rally, he says, proceeds, obstacles or not.
Today, there was another meeting at Honorable Kaluma's house with goons. And I think at a later time, we are going to show you video material on some of these meetings. Like the meeting at Governor's Park, the audio is already out with voices of the people that I'm talking about. Later on in the evening today, they are going to meet some of the market women. And they are telling the market women not to enter Homa Bay. They should take their wares to Kabunde airstrip and sell them there. They are going to have a bogus registration process just to make sure that no planes land at Kabuge airstrip. But I'm sure no force on earth is going to stop us from being in Homa Bay on Sunday.
Online, Kenyans are not letting that slide. Wanga's own earlier videos, the peace-loving 2 hours 20 times, Wanga, are being pulled up right next to this week's warnings, and the internet is calling it exactly what it looks like. Hypocrisy dressed in a kitenge of concern.
Hi, American parents. I am offering a free class of my best-selling math program. Here, your child will master
On 16th, coming Sunday, we want to welcome everyone to the Linda Mwananchi rally that will happen in this county. For the avoidance of doubt, without an iota of doubt, let me tell, there could be some people somewhere that could be hibernating on how to detrimentalize this rally. Let me tell you clearly, we welcome everyone. The rally will be peaceful, but we also want to assure you, if you have any other plan, you may be thinking otherwise, just come. Because we are more than prepared. I'm saying this because I know, as rumors are also true, that there are some people somewhere in some offices currently doing some nonsensical meetings to disrupt this meeting. I want to say that Linda Mwananchi, we are peaceful, but we don't fear anybody. Therefore, let me mention the energy that is now coming in. Party leader, we have James Ugly Bob Orengo. We have Babu Owino. We have Brian Weke. These are true sons of the soil. That must be on the table where negotiations are being done. And therefore, we want to send every information in all the corners of this Homa Bay County that come on 16th. We welcome everyone. Don't fear. Your security shall be guaranteed by the youths themselves. Therefore, I take this opportunity to welcome the Linda Mwananchi fraternity to Subaland, where we are right now. Youth power! Youth power! Tamlingapi! Tamlingapi! Youth viva!
Critics accuse her of zoning off Homa Bay like forbidden territory. Supporters say she's simply protecting the development pipeline flowing from State House. Here's the truth nobody is saying out loud. This is not really about crowds, it is about optics. And in Kenyan politics, a photograph can move more money than a manifesto. Wanga knows that a packed rally ground in Sindo could be read in Nairobi as though Nyanza switching comes, and once that signal is sent, it cannot be unsent.
Anybody who wants to come to Homa Bay, you don't need our permission. Please go to Homa Bay. But we will be offended if you come to Homa Bay to abuse Dr. William Ruto, who has picked our county, who has picked our region, which has been neglected from independence, and who is committed to the development of our entire region. Yeah, so come to Homa Bay, don't come to abuse William Ruto. The word one term is provocation to violence in Homa Bay. Don't provoke our people. If you want to give Homa Bay...
The word one term is provocation to Homa Bay people. Shineke. Hii mambo makubwa kweli. The word one term is provocation. Huyu bwana. This one cannot be.
And in Kenyan politics, a photograph can move more money than a manifesto. Wanga knows that a packed rally ground in Sindo could be read in Nairobi as no Nyanza switching comes, and once that signal is sent, it cannot be unsent.
Anybody who wants to come to Homa Bay, you don't need our permission. Please go to Homa Bay. But we will be offended if you come to Homa Bay to abuse Dr. William Ruto, who has picked our county, who has picked our region, which has been neglected from independence, and who is committed to the development of our entire region. Yeah, so come to Homa Bay, don't come to abuse William Ruto. The word one term is provocation to violence in Homa Bay. Don't provoke our people. If you want to give Homa Bay people joy, if you want to give Homa Bay people joy, say 2 terms. Say what? Because that is where we are. That is where Baba left us. That is where we shall be. And we want to tell President William Ruto that we are here supporting him because of the good he has done for our people. Thank you very much.
So as August 16th approaches, Homa Bay finds itself squeezed between 2 competing stories. One built on loyalty and roles already tarred, the other built on rebellion and the unfinished business democracy left behind after Raila. Security agencies are bracing, residents are being pulled in 2 directions at once, like a rope in a tug of war nobody asked to play. Whatever happens Sunday, whether the ground in Sindo fills up or stay empty, it will not stay in Homa Bay. It will be photographed, dissected, and read like tea leaves.
Anyway, the revolution will be televised. Ruto akaya akijua hivyo. The revolution will be televised. So total shutdown in Homa Bay ahead of Sifuna. The revolution will be televised. So don't worry, those guys. Nana wangojea. If you guys will not be able to join the show tonight, I'll just cross over.
Do you know how amazing this razor is? In just 3 seconds, it can shave your beard smoother than your wife's skin without leaving any dark spots. This razor developed.
Naam, karibuni tena watazamaji wangu wa BM Daily Politics. Mambo yanazidi kuchemka kule Homa Bay County siku chache kabla ya timu ya Linda Mwananchi kuingia pale ground katika mikutano zao za Linda Mwananchi rallies Jumapili ya tarehe 17. Hawa viongozi wa Homa Bay County wakiongozwa na Gladys Wanga, kina Peter Kaluma, wanaofia huu mkutano wa Edwin Sifuna utakuja kutake over Homa Bay County. Lakini licha na vitisho vyote ambavyo vimekuwa vikitolewa dhidi ya hawa viongozi wa Linda Mwananchi, nothing is going to stop Edwin Sifuna na viongozi wa Linda Mwananchi kufika pale Homa Bay County. Wameamua kama mbaya kama kuna gunza ambao wamepangwa, basi wakutane na wao pale ground, lakini hakuna mtu yoyote ambaye atawazuia na hakuna guni yoyote ambaye ataweza kufunga mkutano wa Edwin Sifuna wa Linda Mwananchi rallies. Kabla sijawafahamisha kwa kiundani kuhusiana na vile hali ilivyo sasa hivi kule Homa Bay County, ningependa kukuomba uweze kulike video na pia uweze kushare ndiposa iweze kuwafikia watazamaji wengi zaidi. Na watazamaji, kama kuna kiongozi ambaye anazidi kuwa tishio kwa ODM sasa hivi ni Edwin Sifuna na timu yake ya Linda Mwananchi. Kwa kweli hawa viongozi wa ODM walifikiria ya kwamba kwa kumuondoa Edwin Sifuna walikuwa wamemalizana na yeye, lakini sasa ona lile ambalo limekuja kutokea linawapatia wasiwasi. Wanaona ya kwamba Edwin Sifuna amekuja kuchukua zile kura za ODM na tayari amechukua zaidi ya 70% ya zile kura za ODM. Na sasa wanaofia Edwin Sifuna ataendelea kutake over kule upande wa Luo Nyanza, kule upande wa Homa Bay County, Kisumu, Siaya, haya maeneo yote yanaofia hii movement ya sisi ndio Sifuna, hii movement ya Linda Mwananchi, kwa sababu ni movement ambayo kila uchao inaendelea kupata wafuasi wengi bila hata kulipa mtu yoyote aweze kuhudhuria mikutano, bila hata kutoa chochote. Unaona Edwin Sifuna akifika tu ground, maelfu ya wananchi wanajitokeza kumpokelea. Sasa hii Jumapili, watazamaji wangu, barabara zote zitakuwa zinaelekea kule Homa Bay County. Lakini swali kubwa ni je, huyu Edwin Sifuna pamoja na wenzake wataruhusiwa kuingia pale Homa Bay County? Kwa sababu ripoti ambazo zinaendelea kugonga vichwa vya habari ni kwamba kuna goons ambao wanaendelea kupangwa kila uchao. Mikutano inaendelea kufanywa mpaka goons wanapatiwa mishale, wanapatiwa rungu, wanapatiwa panga, hiyo yote eti wakuja kusimamisha mkutano wa Linda Mwananchi rally wa Edwin Sifuna. Mbona wako na hofu na Edwin Sifuna ama Linda Mwananchi kufika pale Homa Bay County, ili hali hizi mikutano zimekuwa zikiendelea maeneo mengine hapa nchini Kenya? Sasa mbona pale Homa Bay County ni eneo ambalo ni out of bound, yani hii timu haistahili kuingia pale? How special is Homa Bay County? Mbona hawa viongozi wanazuia Edwin Sifuna asifike aongee na wale supporters wake, asifike pale ground aongee na wale loyal supporters wa baba Raila Amolo Odinga? Ni kwa sababu hawa viongozi wanajua lile jambo ambalo walilifanya halikuwa nzuri. Kufurushwa kwa Edwin Sifuna kutoka ndani ya chama cha ODM ilikuwa ni makosa moja kubwa ambayo hawa viongozi wataishi kujutia. Na sasa hivi unaona kuna baadhi ya viongozi ambao wanatamani kufanya kazi na Edwin Sifuna, lakini it's too late. They cannot be trusted. Tayari walioneshana hawana haja na Sifuna. Na sasa yule Sifuna ambaye walimtupilia mbali ndio huyo Sifuna ambaye amekuja kupendwa zaidi, ndio Sifuna ambaye amekuja kutake over most parts of Luo Nyanza pamoja na pale Mulembe Nation na Kenya nzima kwa ujumla. Unaona kama kuna kiongozi ambaye amekuja kuwa maarufu zaidi, kiongozi ambaye amekuja kupendwa zaidi na kukubalika na wananchi baada ya kuondolewa kama katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM, sio mwingine bali ni Edwin Sifuna. Watafanya vipi? Kwa sababu Edwin Sifuna hajajifikisha mahali amefika sasa hivi. Of course amefikishwa na ile support ya wananchi, ni upendo ambao kuna wananchi ndio umeweza kumfikisha mahali alipo sasa hivi. Kwa kweli kama ingekuwa ni kwa uwezo wake mwenyewe hangekuwa mahali alipo sasa hivi. Ni wananchi ndio wameamua, sisi ndio Sifuna, tutamsupport Sifuna, tuhakikishe amefika kwenye ikulu ya rais, ama tuhakikisha kwamba amemsupport yule ambaye ataelekea kule State House ili waweze kubadilisha uongozi ya nchi ya Kenya kuanzia mwaka wa 2027. Kwa kweli mambo hayatakuwa rahisi kule upande wa Homa Bay County. Viongozi mbalimbali wameanza kutoa vitisho kwa team ya kwamba wasifika kule. Wanawaonya wale ambao kwa ground pia, msivae t-shirt za Sifuna, msiimbe one term. Mbona hao viongozi wanaweka masharti kwa mwananchi, na mwananchi ndio muamuzi mahali ambapo atapiga kura yake, either iwe ni kwa one term ama ikuwe ni two term. Hebu sikiza ujumbe kutoka kwa gavana wa Homa Bay County mwenyewe, Mheshimiwa Gladys Wanga, akizungumzia kuhusiana na hizi mikutano za Linda Mwananchi rallies ambazo zitakuwa zinaelekea huko Jumapili ya tarehe 16. Kuanzia sasa hivi ni siku mbili tu, alafu D-Day ama siku ya Linda Mwananchi rally itakuwa imefika. Kabla sija kuikia ujumbe kutoka kwa Gladys Wanga, ningependa kukumbusha tena ujunge nami hapa BM Daily Politics kwa kusubscribe na pia uweze kulike, kushare na comment, ndipo ujumbe ama hizo habari zetu ziweze kuwa recommended kwa watazamaji wengi zaidi.
Wewe Gachagua, wewe Gachagua, wewe Gachagua, wewe Gachagua, wewe wachana na baba Raila Amolo Odinga apumzike mahali pema peponi. Wewe Gachagua, hatujasahau kwamba siku moja uliamka saa 11 asubuhi ukasema Raila akienda maandamano wewe mwenyewe utamuua. Siku hiyo baba gari yake iligongwa na risasi 10 karibu wauawe. Wewe Gachagua,
The world can stop.
Ulisema baba lazima arudishwe Bondo. Hiyo ndio kazi yako yenye ilibaki. Wewe Gachagua, haujawahi kukanyaga mahali baba Raila Amolo Odinga amezikwa. Wewe Gachagua, haujawahi kanyaga Karen kumpigia mama Raila Odinga pole. Lakini kila siku tangu baba apumzike Unaamka kila siku na mambo ya porojo, mambo ya fujo, mambo ya uongo, mambo ya fitina, reckless statements, careless statements, useless statements in the name of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. In the name of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. We want to tell you, Gachagua, do your politics without touching the name of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. We are not stupid as a community. We are not silly as a community. We are not idiots as a community. You cannot inflame emotions. Let our Baba rest in peace. Na usipofanya hivyo, tutaonana na wewe mundu umundu.
Na mtazamaji, kwa kweli kama kuna viongozi ambao wako na hofu na yoyote ambaye anajihusisha na Rigathi Gachagua, ni hawa viongozi kutoka kule upande wa Luo Nyanza ama kule Homa Bay County. Unaona bado Gladys Wanga anaendelea kumkashifu, anaendelea kumkosoa former deputy president Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, akisema ya kwamba yeye ndio alikuwa amepanga kumwangamiza Raila Amolo Odinga kipindi cha maandamano pale mwaka wa 2023. Lakini hayo yote yamepita. Sasa hivi tuko na Rigathi Gachagua mwingine ni tofauti. Tuko na kiongozi ambaye ameweza kugundua makosa yake na sasa yuko pamoja na Wakenya ili tuweze kubadilisha uongozi pale mwaka wa 2027. Haimaanisha kwamba hata William Samoei Ruto ni malaika yule ambaye ametengeneza broad based government, na yeye pia kuna kipindi aliwahi kuzungumza akisema ya kwamba atahakikisha kwamba amemsafirisha Raila Amolo Odinga mpaka kule Bondo. Kwa hivyo haya mambo ya kisiasa, watazamaji wangu, ni ngumu kuelewa, lakini wakati umefika wa sisi ndio Sifuna. With or without Rigathi Gachagua, Sifuna bado alikuwa anapendwa. Sifuna bado alisimama na wananchi, na hata mahali amefika sasa hivi hajafika kwa uwezo wa Rigathi Gachagua, amefika kwa uwezo wake yeye mwenyewe na ile support ambayo anaipata kutoka kwa wananchi. Sunday is Sunday, wananchi wameamua, wako pale ground, na yeyote ambaye atadhubutu kuja kuvuruga huu mkutano, ole wake, kwa sababu it will not be business as usual. Maofisa wa polisi pia vile vile wameombwa kuhakikisha kwamba mikutano za Linda Mwananchi rallies zitakuwa na usalama wa kutosha, kwa sababu endapo serikali itashindwa, basi hawa viongozi wataamua kujilinda wenyewe, na unajua mbinu ambayo wataitumia itakuwa mbaya zaidi kuliko ile ambayo ingetumiwa na serikali ama maofisa wa polisi. Na kwa mimi hapo watazamaji, lakini yenye sijui mnaona vipi kuhusiana na hii timu ya Linda Mwananchi Sifuna kule upande wa Homa Bay County? Kweli watakubalika ama watakumbana na mambo ambayo pengine kwa njia moja ama nyingine kutakuwa na umwagikaji wa damu, kutakuwa na maafa ama majeruhi? Niachie maoni yako hapo kwenye eneo la comment mtazamaji wangu, na kabla sijatamatisha ningependa kukumbusha tena ujiunge nami hapa BM Daily Politics kwa kusubscribe na pia uweze kulike, kushare na comment, ndipo ujumbe ama hizo habari zetu ziweze kuwa recommended kwa watazamaji wengi zaidi. Msena bado watazamaji, nitakuwa narejea vipunde na habari zaidi za kuwafahamu.
The most wonderful deals for teachers are here at Staples. Save big on classroom supplies all season long.
Naona Stone PK amefika. Karibu sana. Thank you for appearing in our show tonight. There is a lot which is happening, especially the way Wanga Stone PK. Kwani saa zingine siasa inakuanga kama uchawi ama ni? I thought like the only thing ambayo watu wa mama wanapagawa ni mapenzi. Kumbe hata siasa inaweza fanya mama apagawe. I've heard Kaluma saying that at one term is a call of war in Nyanza based on what Ruto amewafanyia. Can you react to that? Sijui kama umesikia Kaluma akisema hivyo. At saying one term is a provocation and a call for war in Luo Nyanza. Na pia unaweza react story ya Wanga. The way Wanga anasema kusitokezee watu, ati hiyo kitu inaweza kasirisha Ruto na ile mambo anafanya atoroke nayo. That is the main story in Luo Nyanza leader.
Habari gani bwana Njiru na wengine ambao
Jema kabisa, jema kabisa. Unasikia wanaongea kama militants bwana. That's a provocation and a call for war. Na ni story tu ya kulamba mwanaume matako inakufanya ufike hiyo level.
There are things called stereotypes. You know them about communities, about people, about individuals, about countries. Si unazijua? You know.
We have heard of them like afadhali mtu angamie kuliko kuenda pande fulani.
Sasa stereotypes wazungu ndio walisiita hivyo. In Africa, even in your mother tongue, hakuna kitu inaitwa stereotype.
Tunaita megiro. In my mother tongue ni megiro.
Bas. No, mogiro is not stereotype, Njiro. You know mogiro is factual. You understand? This is where people go wrong. I was reading one book was written by a Ajui culture. You know, mogiro is something that you are known to have done, or your family is known to have done, which is abhorred, which is against the norms. All right? Mogiro is not a stereotype. Yeah? Sometimes Megiro was, you know, like if you raped your mom, or if in your family, you know, you did those kind of abominable things. Those are the Megiros. But the stereotype is what people think and perceive, what other people see in you. All right? Now, to me, those stereotypes have come to even some believe in most of them. Because whoever started doing those things, Mzungu anaita stereotypes. I don't know what I would call them in my language, but they are not Megiros. They are traits that have been seen. Like when people say, ukienda mochari uangushe pesa, ule mtu maiti ile itakuwa ya kwanza kusema haya isiobesha. Itakuwa ni wapi?
Mukikuyu.
Yeah, you know they are saying in a funny way. Okay?
Ni kama muluya na kuku, yes, na muluya na rungu ati you know those things.
Kazi ya watchman ama kupika. Na mkisi pia ni watchman. Haya, unaambiwa gari yako ikiharibika mahali fulani, ilale bila kuangalia, utakuta matairi imeenda. Okay? Au unajua ni watu gani? Ndio tuna dialogue na wewe. So when it comes to what you are seeing, like the way Gladys Wanga and Kaluma are behaving, what is coming out of their mouth, it tells you a lot of what people think. And when we talk of these things, we don't say everyone is like that. No. Like now when we start saying that the Luos are following Ruto, it's not all. As you can see, those youth who are saying tutalinda watu and all that, those are Luos. Okay? But now we talk of generally thinking. For example, as we are talking today, who are these so fanatical with the Ruto? Is it Mwananchi? Ni Mwananchi? You know. It's not Mwananchi. Huyu mtu anasema ukisema one term is provocative. That's not Mwananchi. It's not the common man who is saying that. It is the people who are eating. Okay? It's the people who are eating. It's the people who are, you know, who believe that what they are calling maendeleo. If you enter and ask a common mwananchi, umuulize unaambiwa Homa Bay Stadium imetengenezwa. Homa Bay Stadium inasaidia hizi watu wanaua wanakunia huko nje. hawana pit latrine. Homes don't have pit latrines. Would you go for a stadium or you go for hygiene latrines, wash, clean water from wananchi? Would you rather have a billion worth of a stadium or distribute water, which is next door there, Lake Victoria? That is what we should be talking about. Because that stadium or whatever, does it mean that people have not been playing soccer? I think that region produces the best soccer players. And they don't need to have those kind of upside down support programs in the name of empowering. So basically, Kaluma reflects the stereotypes. Kimbere tunasema usione ubesi, all right? Wanga saying that nikitokelezea Ruto ataona mko wengi, maendeleo itakatiwa. Hiyo tunaita urevu, all right? So
wewe stone wewe. Go ahead.
No, it is true. That's me. That is it. Of course, those are words that are used to describe extreme cases, and there is nothing uncivilized about it. When extreme foolishness is always attributed to you, even in gender way, that is the extreme. Because how can you say watu wakitokelezea ati watapigwa picha ziende zionyeshwe Ruto? Yani umechukua hao watu ni wajinga kiasi gani? Kama hiyo si hiyo nimekuambia ni nini ongiwa nendwe. Ongiwa hiyo unaweza ita nini? How do you describe that kind of mindset? Seriously. I mean, surely that msitokeleze video itachukuliwa Ruto aone alafu baadaye yani yenyewe sijui mi politics made in Kenya. No wonder. But sasa imekufia Nyanza. Of course imekufia Nyanza na Central, okay? Mlima pia iliua politics kabisa, because they are slightly not very different from how the Nyanza people are behaving, because that's how Mlima was behaving in 2022. There's nothing different. That is how Mlima was behaving. That is how they were talking. It's just a flip over. It's the same. The same. You play those clips of Akina Gachagua, Akina Chua, Akina Nani huyu mama, all these women, Akina Wahome. 2022, they were talking BS. Okay? They were talking BS. And it's the same thing that Nyanza now, or those Nyanza leaders are talking. Unfortunately, Mulima, the leaders were talking the same language with the voters. so, oh man. It's terrible. It's terrible. That's what I can say about Wanga and Kaluma.
But is it normal? Hebu nikuulize, Wanga haja detect Ruto anaenda nyumbani? Haja detect ama tutasema tu ni kama ile hizi inaingianga tu kwa moto tu na inaona moto ndio hiyo.
Wewe umeona saa zile maiti inasikwa. You've done burials, I'm sure. Mpaka pale mwisho, mpaka pale sanduku inateremshwa pale. Sinzi ufuata mpaka huko chini. Flies follow mpaka inafunikwa na mchanga. That is the situation. That is the situation. These drunk leaders wale wamekula hiyo pesa na nini, they can't see. Hiyo inzi ukiambia hapana, sasa hii maiti inaenda huko chini 6 feet. Msiende mtafunikwa na mchanga. Asitaki kujua inafuata maiti mpaka huko chini. I hope you click that knowledge. Nimekujibu ya Wanga na wale wengine wanapiga nduru nao. Sasa inzi zile clever ni kama hii ya huyo MP wa Gatundu. Hizo ndio inzi zile sasa zimeona hii kitu cha.
Uone jamaa wa Gatundu bwana Stone PK mpaka jamaa anatoa picha ya Ruto kwa ofisi on camera.
Yeah. Wewe tutaongea juu yake pia.
Ati anaenda kuiweka na hapo nje. You know, I was laughing. Ati jamaa anataka watu waone ameacha Ruto.
Sini wenyu wa Mulima. Mulima. Ati sasa ati tuwe. Yani it's inexcusable. What people are saying is inexcusable. It's inexcusable. Yani ati sasa unakaa mpaka ati Naivasha ndio uliona yenyewe kweli tumechezwa. Huyu jamaa tutaki. Si ni inzi tu kama hii inzi inaitwa Kindiki. It's the same thing. Tafunikwa huko na mchanga maiti ikizikwa. Yeah. But you see, I understand the situation ya Kindiki, but if I were him, I would swallow my pride. Kama ni mie ningeenda ile sasa ile hiding alienda that time, ningeenda hiding kama alienda 20 days, I can't meet Kindiki ningeenda hiding ya mwezi moja na nusu. Kabisa. Mwezi moja na nusu ni hepe kabisa na ni. Alafu nitatoka huko niseme kama katika nimetoka mlimani. Nimeokoka, nitoke huko nikisema Bwana Yesu, mimi hata sitaki siasa, ninaenda kama yeye si Mkatoliki ni wa hizo madini zingine, nimeenda akuja amejifunga kiburi kwa shingo, akisema Bwana asifiwe, na akisema anarudi kwa darasa kufunza. Alafu professors hatuna wengi, atapata kazi mara moja. Na asahau kama mtoto ule vile mtoto usahau matiti ya mamake. Kwamba alikuwa right. Na aliambiwa hii kitu ya kupewa kuangushiwa hivi, that's how it goes. Yani njiru maprofesa huwapia idiots I would hate to be a professor if I would relate with the Professor Kindiki. Naweza drop your title mara moja. Naweza drop mara moja. Kwani ni nini wanalamba kwa Ruto? Hiyo inafanya mpaka unahumiliatiwa mbele ya watu hivyo na umestika hapo. Sorry, keep chukulia hapa.
Hello. Sema.
Mominga labo tu. Welene.
Kelene.
Mominga mutio kitio.
Mutio pole. Sister. Naona vitu zinachemka huko Kenya. But I think we should still be cautionary. The confidence sometimes I hear on this show is kuna wajinga wengi sana Kenya, my friend. There's still the IEBC. Yes, we did do the Olkarao thing, but in my case, I'm still scared of, can this be repeated countrywide? We've got Sifuna, who's being blocked from forming his party. Now, a definite nail on ODM's coffin, because that is Ruto's lifeline, is when Linda Mwananchi, I know we don't like this, but it's just a fact of Kenyan politics. We want to see defections. You see, the Maasai community have started defecting to Gachagua. No. Those are the kind of problems we want to see Ruto having. And the problems of, you know, you've got to have relations to what you can see the desperations in Homa Bay, where Kaluma, Wanga, even somebody I respected like Ajwang, acting very funny about the visit of Homa Bay. It happened in Kisumu. I am hoping it's going to happen in the whole of Nyanza. I want to see defections. I want to see Mama Bad Girl defecting. Obviously, I don't care about the Raila family. Useless to me right now. Pumzi yao imeisha. It is just the coastal region nataka kuona watu wakianza kutoka kwa Kwale areas of ODM strongholds.
Unaona Western yote imetoka. But now vile Western imetoka, I want to start seeing whatever colors they would be having in Linda Mwananchi, blue. Ta kuona vile DCP imefanywa ifanywe huko nini Linda Mwananchi. Because these meetings, the reasons for this panicking for ODM is, what are they coming to negotiation with? Gachagua has repeated it several times hapa akisema kwamba kuna hiyo shell alafu kuna ile ilichukuliwa na nani na kina Sifuna. So that is the kind of balancing act I want to see, and time is running out. Even if they don't announce for presidency, we need to start seeing formation. We want to start seeing. Let's even forget about the defections. We want to see some formation of alliances. When I say alliances, is young people of interest for that party. Because right now it's not very visible to see the independent people. You know, unajua ni ngumu kuona wale watu independent in nationwide politics. Because at the moment, this perception for Kasongo, naona amekuja kwetu, alirudi nyumbani. Naona sasa kama mtu anarudi Eldoret, something that even your uncle never used to do. I mean, there was no need for Uhuru to campaign in Central. Absolutely no need. Sasa ukiona huyu mtu akianza kuja huko Eldoret, it just means things are heated up. When was the last time you saw Ruto campaigning in Eldoret? The last time he campaigned in Eldoret when he was trying to be MP for Eldoret North. Nionyesha campaign moja hapo kwa internet akienda huko LD. The only events he goes for ni kitu ya end of year, hii praise and worship stupidity yao. Enda kuomba New Year's. That's it, ama anakuja kwa sports event TV. Anakuja kama integrate. Vitu za ujinga, but a proper on top of a vehicle campaign. Sijamuona tangu the 90s or early 2000s. So there is some kind of panic, but don't undermine this rat. We cannot undermine it. Other things that I've been sending you guys, I think, as Tom Piken and John mekutumia sasa. Unaona sasa, Moses Kuria, unaona your desperation. Moses Kuria stated that Rigathi Gachagua wants to do a deal with Ruto. Then there was some AI videos of Jeru's party leader akisema kwamba Kalonzo alienda State House. So there is a lot of misinformation. So ile pesa ya 350 million is actually what is going into work right now, if we are to believe those stories. It means a lot of bloggers are under a lot of pressure to send misinformation, I think. There's a lot of misinformation going around right now. Ukienda kwa TikTok imejaa vitu ya two-term hapo, but it's so hard to sell that person. Even two-term people are having it difficult in Jacaranda. Everywhere is just one term. One term. Everybody is Ruto must go. Hakuna kitu ingine naona hapa. Apparently, unakumbuka G4S. This is just a suspicion. G4S, unajua ile siku alienda kwa watchman. There are certain Kenyans and businesses that have cancelled their contracts with G4S because walienda ku advertise huko State House. Wakionyesha sura za watchman wao wanafaa kuitwa security officers. Wakivaa makofia. But I don't think Kenyans should boycott that at the moment. Because I feel bad for the people of unajua unaumiza watu, hiyo ni kazi ya watu. So Kenya, it's boiling nicely. I think I sent you both a video of our sister Njero lazima ucheze hiyo kwa show. Our sister senatorial aspirant for 2022, Comfort Mwangi. She's traveling at the moment. Yeah, if you have time to chase a video, I can likutumia. She was being interviewed by this young man who works with Harold Manyora. Otherwise tuko salama. Tunaangalia tu siasa ya Kenya. Na nyi watu Njeru.
Based on what you are seeing, do you think one term is now unavoidable?
The only blockers is IBC. It's IBC. There's nothing else. That's all I see. Tuonge reality. IBC is our block. Who else? The police. This guy is not popular. Nobody wants him. We had to kikienda na 20%. And I think the 16th will actually be approved. That is why they're desperate. See that Njeru, let's talk reality. Stop blocking your head about that. Yeah, you might be assured by Gachagua and most of these people and Sifuna and all those people. But is there something in the back of your head?
What is at the back of my head? Like, can you guide me?
Yeah,
IBC. IBC, cynical, we just need to swarm them. We induce too much voting. Right now, as long as we are Kenyans can be able to get out in large volumes, and people know and we protect our voting, is the IBC going to do any other thing other than maybe?
Yeah, but Jesus Christ, are you understanding what I'm saying? Are you confident with the Kenyan people?
Yes, I'm confident with the Kenyan people, unless kama wajaumia ya kutosha. Nafikiria Wakenya wameumia ya kutosha, right?
We are very conformed to society, yeah.
Mmepewa nini wa Kenya wengine? Mmepewa something very funny. There's a drink mmepewa, not you alone, Chiro, because you are thinking like a few Kenyans, and in fact a few people who will be surprised as we wakilia utarudi hapa kupiga nduru. Mkenya amedecide it's true. Amedecide kabisa, but who is the preferring? You know, I don't know. By the way, Kip, me and you have been dwelling on this, and hii niko nayo mpaka grassroots. You know, you can do what you can do at a small unit. You can do what you can do at a small unit like Kalau. But remember, there is this rumor about the king's kid, about the system being indoctrinated. Now listen, adulterated rather. Jiro, I know you've not listened to this news about how analysis was given by this same Kaluma. I know you don't. You shut off. You don't listen to some of these because of course we have already closed doors on them. But they give you the formula of how they are going to create the rigging system. I know. Kwanza nani Gachagua has not paid attention, by the way. He has not paid attention completely. He just talking of he thinks Kikuyus are the majority. Oh, 8 million. Now yet, Ruto's people have given a counter. Which if I ask you, huna habari. Gachagua hana habari, because we are dismissing. Why do you think? Why would you have Kasongo having all this kind of confidence? Yani anakaa ni kama hakuna kitu inaenda. Sisi tu ndio tunasema is worried. Who said Kasongo is worried? When you look at him, do you see worry in him? That should worry you. That should worry you heavily. You see a guy walking in confidence. In fact, other than even giving these lamentations, we should zero and drill IBC, drill it. Other than saying, oh, election must be held on the 10th, they can be held on the 10th and you are screwed from behind by Ruto. Then you are told to go to court. And you remember the laws have been changed in such a way that after you go to court, nobody is talking about that. We are drunk. Opposition, then they are just saying, oh, we are moving all over Linda Mwananchi are bad. But we are not addressing the core issue. That is our worry. Watu wako, yani wanaona crowd wanasema tuko fit. Who doesn't have this crowd? Raila has been having all these crowds all along, more than everybody else. Right now we should be even tungekuwa tuna concentrate mpaka tuna threaten mpaka tuna give nini. So and the confidence we have in numbers. Who doesn't have numbers? Who has never had numbers? People had numbers, but they've never been pronounced president.
No, it's just I hate the overconfidence. I hate to be the one who comes here to for the last week umekuja hapa beat up your chest. Same really structure we had last time. I know Stone and I came here and did projection of doom for Olkarao. Sawa, that was preparedness for Rigathi Gachagua. What makes you think? What makes you think there's a difference between the people in Mbeere North and the people of Olkarao? They're exactly the same. They don't like Ruto. They don't. The same number of lanes we saw people pangaing lanes for things in Olkarao, but the same people in Mbeere, the same goodies that were brought in Olkarao, but the same things that were brought in Mbeere. So I'm trying to say that even in Malava itself, the same situation happened. So what they're also telling you, mnaringia hii moja na walichukua hizo zingine from under your teeth. Let's analyze my doubts. Hii kitu ya kupatia overconfidence with the leaders, we are seeing some confused stuff happening there. How is Kalonzo going to protect Kamba votes to Kama Kalonzo? Nani, our commander himself, before elections in Malawi, so Jeru, just give me a formula how we're going to protect the whole country against this. Give me confidence. Wacha kulenga. You know, sometimes when Jeru hear
no, si atinalenga. Sasa kwani unataka nijibu aje? You have to allow me to answer you. The reason why I'm telling you this is I have seen elections happening in Colombia. You know, me, I refer to other. Goja kidogo, relax hata kama ni Kenya. I want to show you how people are also worried. Sutulia kidogo. There is now an upcoming presidential election in Brazil where actually Bolsonaro, the son, is poised to heavily win, even after trying to block the other Bolsonaro. So what am I? Why am I trying to bring these things into perspective? An electoral win, relax kidogo. An electoral win, which is on the euphoria direction, cannot be blocked. Because I have seen frustrations in Colombia.
Can I give you a counter argument?
Kidogo. Niweke point alafu sasa nikinyamaza unaniambia siongei. Let me just finish the point.
Okay.
What there is this. The only way in which Ruto is going to do anything we want to do with us is if our win is not confirmable before we go to the election. If there is no confirmation of, if there is no trigger for a euphoria, if there is no yani kama kutakuwa kunaonekana ya kwamba uchaguzi ikifika level 2 inakaa 50-50, forget it. So we have to, every government, because every government change, regime change, especially where you want to remove the government. Colombia has defeated the government through a euphoria. Brazil, they are defeating the government through a euphoria. So if we are not going to trigger the euphoria, never. The kicker is the euphoria. And that is what Ruto will be blocking. Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yes.
You see, these situations that we've been doing, and it's actually a very big habit with Njeru, is the fact that you compare our country with other countries here. Let me tell you, our country is very unique, and other countries are also very unique as to the situations they get involved in with themselves. As many times as possible, when we've had our mandamanos with Raila Amolo Odinga and maybe other leaders, and we compared, this is what we had times that we talked about Sri Lanka, those times we talked about the Arab Spring, we talked about ways that our people can topple the government. There was even situations where Stone PK mentioned that we need to bring the army and do the Burkina Faso way. Why I'm trying to tell you that our country is unique, same as Uganda, same as Tanzania, when we saw Tanzanians being killed like mbuzis, and then we said, you know, Kenyans will never allow something like that to happen here. Because Tanzanians are meek, they will never allow. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, yeah? You are trying to read into a situation of a system happening in another country compared to ours. Tanzanians will rig 98%, 97%. Our country is slightly different. We will rig 59%, tutatua 200 tukiba kidogo hivi. So what I'm trying to tell you here, even if you look at the past, the probability still does not work. The math is not mathing because our political systems are different. Hata watu wakichoka aje. I know you're a fan of Venezuela, but I'll tell you one thing. Venezuela for many years have been going for. Venezuela is actually an exact example of Kenya, let me tell you the truth. Wamekanyagwa na the same leaders. Ukikanyaga huyo mwingine amepanda juu sahi sasa. Hata Trump akitoa ule mwingine, Venezuela is still suffering. Mzungu amekuja ameingia amechukua oil yao. But the people are still suffering. So for me, what I'm trying to tell you is, I am not convinced about giving me examples of Colombia and other places that have happened there. I want you to tell me, as a Kenyan, as Kenyans, do you have confidence that Kenyans are tired enough to protect their votes? Talk to people you're close to. Mimi nimekaa na watu. Wanaongea tu, ni just talk. Wengine wajashika kura, wajapiga kura. Watasema tu kwa mdomo tu. Again, we are famous for being on TV and TikTok and my YouTubes, even us here on this thing, stating that, oh, tuko 1 term, tuko 2 term, or we go to those rallies, we show face. But are we an actionable country? Stone, that is to you.
Yeah, I can react on that. So maybe as we wait, as we wait for Stony PK to react, maybe Ebuni, why do you think all those South American countries have gotten regime change? Chile got a regime change very quickly. Colombia has gotten a regime change very quickly. Brazil is ready for a regime change very quickly. Why is Kenya different that we can also not have a regime?
Let me come in with that. Let me come in.
Those are Latin Americans, by the way. All of them you've mentioned are Latin American.
Allow me to share this. You are right, Kip. We have to be careful with the comparisons. Oh, ilifanyika huko. Tell me, Jiru, and I want you to be very serious. What is it that is so significant that Kenyans have ever done politically? Yani normal, people-driven normal, ikaenda through. Don't be naive. Give me the history, you know, that Kenyans have done politically, like a hit, and it is the world may succeed. What is it? Give me one. Ile kitu inaonyesha ujasiri ya Mkenya mahali yuko.
2010 constitution.
What about that?
We have been able to revise, not have a.
That was a referendum.
That was a referendum.
After a push of people, after people pushed it.
People pushed.
As Uganda changed their constitution.
Wait. People pushed. Give me how many years ago?
Now, even if it is 30 or 40 years,
let me finish.
We achieved it.
No, put your points. Put your point. Now, I demystify that. That what happened 30, 40, 50 years ago, 60 years, Mau Mau thing, there has been a change. Now we have moved towards a doctrine of harmony. We have to be together, peaceful. We are Christians. We are democracy. We are this, we are that, we are this. That is what has killed. That spirit in you are looking for has been killed as an opium to make sure that the leaders continue to enjoy. Because, let me finish, and this is a fact, by the way, it doesn't need even to be named. Because unaambiwa when in Christo, Kenyans are very, they are religious to death, yet corruption is the highest. Mpaka you wonder. So we are a contrast. We say when people are going on Mandamano, you say we don't go for Mandamano. We are business people. We don't do that. Our businesses, we are very hardworking. We are the most hardworking people. So we jump out. We leave those whom we think are idiots to go agitating for what we are supposed to be agitating. So we are selective. We use selective amnesia in running. We choose when we want to go for what. We distaste what others are doing. We used to say Mandamano niye. Look at that. You say, now you're talking about Colombia and all that. Those are IHEs. And IHEs, West Africa and all that, they do it Kehe way, and that's how they get what they have gotten. You use your diplomacy na masuti zako na mabiashara zako, you will continue suffering where we are. That's why, because of the way we behave, we kumera and got Ruto. That's why now we still now are having people now saying, oh, looks like, oh, we nini tumetoka, and we are talking of ati sijui tumetoka sisi wote sijui nini, where sisi wote is a section of people. The attitude that the revolution now is about a certain group of people, that is what cannot make it. We can't make it through that path, because we have now, for example, let me be very open. People think Gachagua is the one that is leading the revolution. Which revolution is Gachagua leading? He's only turning the coin from criminal, trying to put on a jersey of a clean person. Look at this guy removing the photographs.
Sorry to cut you off.
Yes.
Sorry to cut you off there. That is the thing that we've been arguing about here with Stone Piketty kuja kwa issue, is the fact that you are over-sensualizing Gachagua. When you talk about him, we get irritated about him. It's not for the work he does. It's the fact that you've umemweka mweupe kabisa atakuwa president. Then that is where we give you a hard stop and tell you guys are acting stupid. You're acting not as different as the Luo people. Then people come and say, oh, Stone PK and Keeper come and talk bad about Kikuyus. It is stupid. Sasa tukisema vile Wajaluo anafanya ujinga, hata nyinyi mnafanya ujinga hapo ati mnataka kuweka Gachagua as president. I will not redact that statement, because it's true. You're going back to Gege behavior. I cannot redact that, because how would you want me and Stone PK to vote for Gachagua? Siwezi mvotia, mimi siwezi kudanganya hapo. I cannot redact that. He's not suitable for presidential. But you guys wanna insist na yeye. Is it fair? Nilikaa hivi nikasikia Njeru anaongea hivi bana. I could not believe it bana. An intellectual still believing.
You will not believe what?
Because somebody.
Mimi Gachagua naweza mpea kura. Naweza mpea. Roho safi.
Yet you want to be like give me the examples of the Colombian, the Chileans, and all these.
Allow me say the reason why I can give Gachagua my vote. Badala ya kukuja, you start feeling bad about me.
No, Njiru, the issue is not giving vote. Can you deliberate? You had asked me questions. Why are you being diverted by Keep?
Okay, sawa. Endelea kwanza.
That's it's immaterial to us whether you give him a vote or not. It's up to you. That is not anything to worth discussing or debating about. Let's talk. You asked me a very good one. Why personally, as I think we are not made of that material that can remove. Because when you want to remove somebody, you don't keep saying, bringing in these IOTAs, democracy, we wait until 2027, we can't do it earlier, we can't. Those are statements of cowards. We pretend that we are democratic, yet it's not working. We are screaming, we are crying, we don't know what we want, man. So talking of those kind of comparing us with the Mexicans and West Africans, look at what happened 24th June. That generation tried it. It was killed and silent totally. That spirit finished, crashed badly. And we allowed it. We allowed it here. People saying Baba, Baba, Baba. We mentioned Baba in this show. People would come up with, oh, no, he's right. Oh, Kenya was going to the dogs. Which dog was Kenya going to? We don't want to be like Somalia. Who said Kenya was going to act Somalia? Oh, when the army takes over. Who said the army was taking over? Come on. Hizo maukuziana kuoga ndio zinafanya tutakula hii miaka ya huyu mtu tukicheza atatutia ile mbaya mbele. This guy needs to be removed by all means. It's not that at sahi already now people are divided. Huyu anafanya kazi, huyu hafanyi, come on. It's like we don't have the snake in the house. Then we have the luxury of looking how Njiro is walking, how Sonpikoy is not walking, Njiro is running faster than Kid. Then we have that luxury of saying so and so is working harder than the other when Kenyans have already made up their mind. We even have the luxury of toiling and arguing that Sifuna amekatazwa kutengeneza party. Then what is this obsession about parties? It's nonsense. Yani Ruto, Sifuna asipopata party na wananchi wanamtaka, we are doomed. Come on, guys. Let's get over this kind of nonsensical things about parties. Ati tuliambiwa, tunakuja tunaambiwa, mtu fulani alienda harusi na gari ya wenyewe. Those are garbage nonsense. It's not about harusi na nini. The guy you supported didn't want you. He could have chased you even if you had your own party. Yeah. So those are narratives tumeuziwa za kumbavu. Back to you.
Sawa, Kiprira endelea kuniuliza maswali because
bana sita kuuliza swali ya Gachagua bibi nimejua tu ni brain.
It's not about kuuliza swali ya Gachagua.
Jiro Peter Mbudia anasema all Kales will vote Kasongo. Am I stereotype? Asking for my neighbor. Yes, that's a stereotype. Because we believe we are tribal. Watasema Gosamis Muriati Kobogo Nebo. Peter Mbudia, go ask Kip what that means. When it comes to that,
I have relatives. No, it's not a joke. It's not even a joke. I have relatives. Wamesema, oh my God, there's a lot of hate, but nakwambia sasa wamesema siwezi votia Mbukusu. Mbukusu sai. It's not even about other tribes. Siwezi votia Sifuna siwezi. I look at that when did Kalenjins have animosities with Bukusus? I'm thinking in the historically. Unajua tu yani ukabila ni mbaya sana.
Wale wanajua Kibukusu kidogo wanasema hatiti sana. Akiaongea hiyo. Hatiti sana ndenya mkae. Alafu imagine. So we have to be careful.
This was not one relative, eh? This was not one relative. Kulikuwa na relative wa broad-based, broad-based anataka sasa Ruto kabisa. Huyo ni mtu wa Mungu, Ruto ni mtu wa Mungu. I think Peter said it correctly. It's good. We have to look at the Kalenjin factor. Asema bana tuwezi votia tunakaa broad-based kwa sababu Ruto ni mkale kama sisi, the stupidity na ni mtu wa Mungu. Then there's the other one who is now with the opposition. Sifuna akiwekwa hapo badala tu dekana Ruto. Oh, you idiots, bana. Yani, the choice between Sifuna and Ruto is staki Mubukusu. It's not that, oh, kuna... do you understand the stupidity of Kenyans? Eh? It's not about, oh, Sifuna ali did this. There's this scandal for Sifuna. Sifuna stole this. Sifuna killed. It's not about the scandal. It's about what tribe he is. Afadhali tukae na Matiang ndio tunataka. Yo, my friend.
Kama mlima iko hapo, hata afadhali turudi kwa Ruto. Imagine.
Acha hiyo, nasikia hata huko the way they talk about people from Kirinyaga. I know you guys have a little bit of tribalism in Central. But
when agendas come, those things are over.
Wacha kuinterrupt, but hata unasikia uchungu hapo.
Hakuna uchungu nasikia.
Kwa sababu
wanajaribu kutumia hizo stereotype lakini hawatoboi.
Najua sasa kwa sababu Martha ametoka huko Kirinyaga hatuwezi mpatia kura huyo. Unajua watu wa Kirinyaga. Sometimes as Kenyans we have to stop thinking with these small brains. Ikichwa ndogo bana. Then now there's also the situation where it's a bit delicate, with the Kisii Nation. We've got mature ones like Roba and obviously Alex, who veer away from their tribe, and my heart is out to them to go for DCP. The only problem I have is the Gachagua bit, but I like the fact that they are not wanafuata Matiang Ivo ovyo. But there are those who are saying, come on, if Matiang, this is where it's delicate. We've got the Kamba saying, oh, nataka mtu yetu akue uko juu. Then you've got the Kisis who are delicate. Wanasema msieke mtu yetu tenda kwa Ruto. Sometimes I'm just thinking to myself, to spite the rest of the country because your person is not being put at the top, you're going to vote for the devil. I make sense. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I make sense. It's like, what are you trying to do here? We're trying to consolidate ourselves against one animal. But because somehow, again, in the Constitution, the presidency is actually the weakest seat. The strongest seat, I know Stone PK, you are a proponent of the MCA, but you are into local politics. You're a conservative by heart. I know you would vote for Democrats in the US, but what I'm trying to explain is you like small government, you like to take care of your community. But nationally, the MP role is the most powerful. Because the MP role, ndio anasimamisha vitu yote hii ujinga yote. Kasongo akileta bill kutoka executive, ma MP wakikuja wakae pamoja wasema pana hii kitu haiwezi pita. Ruto or whichever president who will come in will be blocked. You stop the budget. You put in a bill to say that money cannot just be removed ovyo vile unasikianga Ruto anasema kuja state house to development. If we had good MPs. And that is what I wish I could train the Kenyans and even the leaders that we have there, that the MP seat in terms of national politics would render the presidency useless. Yet that is the thing that we are all focused on because we have animals. They changed laws. The 2010 constitution was so beautiful. But then these two animals, Ruto and Uhuru, changed laws in such a way that money can be put in what you call consolidated funds, where they just pick it up without even speaking to parliament. If it was with the 2010 constitution, trust me, pesa haingetoka kama MP atajua imetoka wapi, imeenda wapi. That is why those parliamentary committees are there. Sababu kuna ile pesa hiyo committee ya finance imepewa, kuna hiyo committee ya public health imepewa, kuna committee ya hiyo. Ni kwenda kuangalia kwa ministry wanasema mmetumia pesa vizuri ama mmetumia mbaya. Then county governments pesa ikikuja huko akina Stone PK wanasema Stone PK looks at his what do you call it, his his word. Asema bana, mimi nilikuwa nimevotia kwa bili yetu na kwamba tunataka shule kama 3 zijengwe hapa, ama hospitali inafaa kuchengwa hapa. We don't have a level 5 hospital. If government worked like that rather than, this is another thing nikakuja kugundua, you guys praise, you had praised Raila for being so-called father of the constitution, yet he did not understand that constitution. Mtu akomeelewa hiyo kitu vizuri, because in my thoughts, the only thing he did right was trying to get rid of the CDF. But if you think about it, as an MCA that looks after the funds from their local government, yeah, from the county government, the taxes you pick around, parking, business permits, all those licenses, ukichota mchanga, unaenda kulipa kodi, goods leaving outside the county, there's some counties that pay tax for that, minerals leaving. Counties actually do not need money from the national government, because the amount of tax they will have collected over the years, over the months, would be enough to pay to have a running economy. For county, like you find that sometimes the national government in the US, you'd find California is borrowing money into the national government because they're that rich. You'd find California is trading, or Texas, or whatever state is trading with countries as an individual state. Unaona governor anaenda kuongea huko around, because that is how county government was built, to be alone. Yet unasikia Raila anasema, oh, we need 40% coming from national government, where there is one man on top of a roof that would say, oh, tunataka kujenga barabara pale, tunataka kufanya hivi, oh, we have to go for state house visits. The constitution even changed to rubbish sometimes in Angalianga. We were supposed to have only 8 governors. Let me tell you, the first constitution that was ever enye tuliachiwa na mzungu, hiyo tungeendelea na hiyo. But since son of the mountain Jomo alikuja akachafua hiyo kitu, kusema, I want to be president, because we should have had a prime minister in Kenya by now. Anyway, outside that rant, what we should be talking about is looking for good MPs, good MCAs, good governors. Tunakuwa excited kwamba sijui huyu aliruka kampi, ametoka kwa Ruto anaingia hapa. Si unatoa hiyo takataka kutoka hiyo side nyingine na kuja huko DCP. And I hope Gachagua hears this. Wale watu wanaenda kuchagua, ufanye vile ulifanya Olkarao. Repeat the exact situation you did in Olkarao, where you let the people of the regions you're going to choose their leaders. Do not dictate the leaders to the people. And I hope Linda Mwananchi will do the same. Otherwise, it's a repeat of the old school garbage. Takataka hiyo wote tunaletewa tu. People who, when there was an insurrection by the Gensis, walienda kujazana kwa underground. That's when we discovered the underground tunnels going to State House. Cowards. So, topic of today. Political problem of Kenya is we have to be convinced that the IEBC will pull through. Otherwise, 2023, 2028, watu watakuwa na headaches sahi. You'll have headaches. Because Ruto is not slowing down. We get excited akitukanwa. We get excited when we see, oh, watu wanaimba one term. But can that one term thing be a reality? And I'll sing that theater out in the round. Taimba hiyo mpaka election tu. Taimba, tuongee, mkuja hapa niambiwe na ribu motisha watu, nafanya watu wanasikia mbaya. I don't care. Reality is reality. Tulijidanganya hapo 2022. Look what happened. The same people, just like Junet Mohammed and Joe did all that garbage to Raila Amolo Odinga. Don't you think some of those people are being brought into the united opposition? Wanakuja kutukoroga hapo. There are some greedy people in Kenya, let me tell you. Watapewa pesa agents ya kuchunga kura waende wakule. Wapatie Ruto. Or do you trust Kenyans? That's another thing you need to understand. That's another thing you need to understand about Kenyans. We are worse than Nigerians.
Nataka kukudivert kidogo because kuna jamaa hapa mjinga sana. Nataka tu usikie tu ujinga yake. Alafu tuendelee.
Unataka kuongea juu ya soda?
Ngoja.
Most of these people are fighting Ruto on ethnic grounds, not on economy. If it is economy, actually we should be called to be celebrated. Yeah. Some of us should be given awards in this country because we moved Kenya to where it was almost tipping. My brother, and let me tell you, soft drinks consumption has gone up in this country. Soft drink. Do you know what that tells you? Who takes sodas? Sodas people take when there is a little more in their pockets. But I'm not saying we should not do. Let me tell you, the salary that he was talking about, I have a month. I'm taking opinion from Kenyans. End of September, you will see a bill in parliament. We are trying to manage, see how to give some relief to Kenyans. You think that promise by the president will not be acted on? Mbadi is going to implement it on behalf of the government of Kenya and on behalf of President Ruto, because he has already said we need to do that. So my friends, let's give credit where it is due. The truth is, most of these people are fighting Ruto on ethnic grounds, not on economy. If it is economy, actually we should be called to be celebrated. Yeah. Some of us should be given awards in this country because we have removed Kenya to where it was almost tipping. My brother, and let me tell you, soft drinks consumption has gone up in this country. Soft drink. Do you know what that tells you? Who takes sodas? Sodas people take when there is a little more in their pockets. But I'm not saying we should not do. Let me tell you, the salary that he was talking about,
na sasa hao ndio wale watu mnataka kusema wanaweza shinda uchaguzi. Hao watu wa masoda. Nimekuachia hiyo story PK sasa. So niyo ni yako.
Unafurahia vitu kama hiyo. There are people who think that is clever.
Now those are people, so that is one of the technocrats to Ruto. Unless those guys want Ruto to fail. How can you come and start at saying that watu wanakunywa soda sana?
Well, you know, that's an indicator. It's an expert giving you an indicator of economic growth. Yeah?
Soda.
Yeah, Kenya. Soda consumption.
Nah, he's stealing from the American the American indicator. The American indicator, because he could not say it on the news. Americans say when people stop going to strip clubs is when the economy is bad. So the indicator is from strippers, and that's an American economic indicator. So because he could not say that on Kenya's use soft drinks. Ukitaka kujua economy ni mbaya, people don't go to strip clubs. Yeah, in America.
You are saying where people don't go where? Sikusikia jina vizuri.
If you want to know that the economy is bad, people don't go to strip clubs in America.
They don't go to go.
Okay. Oh.
He could not use that example because that is a very famous example in America.
Sasa
so if
hao ndio wale
strippers say
watu
that,
unataka kuniambia nisikie uoga. Aya bana, mimi siwezi kosa usingizi juu ya watu kama hao. Watu wanaongea story ya soda. I have to sleep.
I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about the IEBC. You know, again, you're diverting to personalities. I'm talking about institutes. Personalities. This is any cinema ban for me. I was on the
hiyo timu ya Mbadi Kaluma wamesema Ruto will get 75%.
You can wish in this life, you can wish hata yule mtu ambaye apart wishes are always there, Stony PK. Wishes are always there. For now, it's only wishes.
Skiza. When you talk of unajua sasa opposition now, we are supposed to come with, we are supposed to be very busy trying to convert what we are believing in into numbers. Kama cost, how sure are we cost in here?
I'm sure ni yetu because of you can see people traffic. You can see traffic. Karonzo akona wake akina Aisha Mwajuma wamehama. So one time is everywhere. Unless muniambie you don't believe in one time.
Not about to believe in one time. It's about interrogating our one time. Ni vile tulikuwa tunaambiwa Azimio, tunaambiwa we've gone through this thing.
Azimio, we did so many missteps. Azimio, we were not serious, my brother.
We are doing the same.
Azimio, kuna vile we were not serious and we were cooked dry. Kidogo nitengeneze kikombe ya chai. Ongea na nani hapo. Stone na keep muongea kidogo. I just want to make a cup of tea. I'll be back.
So kitu unajua sasa ukiinterrogate ile kitu ngumu, anything swala ngumu, mtu anataka ushare. Yeah, instead of addressing it.
Oh, you see, the problem is we'll come here and talk about stupid statements these people make, or a crowd that happened in Linda Mwananchi, or I'm going to show the exciting things that people discuss now, or Gachagua coming to remove state secrets and tell us, oh, you Ruto alifanya hivi, sijui aliua nani, sijui aliplan hivi, mimi nilijua mbele ya watu. We get excited. What is that as an indicator for elections? What show me that, because there's a big crowd in Kakamega or Busia or Homa Bay, there is evidence that IBC is not going to steal. I don't see it. Mi sijaona wakipigana huko na watu wa IBC. Sijaona wakipigana na watu wa kotini. Juzi tulipigana na story mimi kalala tu. Tulipigana na ile story ya election was supposed to happen 4 days ago. What was the court to have decided? The court should have stated that right now Ruto is just going to be caretaker only, as we wait for 6 months to prepare for the next election because the IBC is not ready. Bring the IBC, tell us, okay, we are supposed to have done the election in August. Imekanyagiliwa tena. Those are the things we should have been discussing. Sifuna has not said anything. Rigathi has not said anything. None of them have spoken about such an important decision by the High Court. No moving forward. Vitu za pole pole. Very strange. We focus on the wrong things, actually, to be honest. So if a major decision like that hasn't been taken serious by Kenyans, do you think putting IBC in check will be taken seriously. No. It's very strange. Just kitu ya strippers wamestuka. I'll send you the article. Stripper economics. And let me read it to the people at Jui. The stripper economic refers to an informal economic theory, often called the stripper index, suggesting that the earnings and the tips volumes of exotic dancers act as a real-time leading indicator for consumer discretionary spending and wider economic health. That is how they measure it. It is what you call, Stone, what do you call it when you have extra money? In economics, it's called
Extra
disposable funds. Disposable funds. Ile unaweza kununua sweets, ukienda shopping, you don't go for the basics, you buy the basics plus mtoto akililia ice cream unamnunulia. You'd find that is why he's used the soda thing, kusema kwamba people can afford soda, luxuries, small luxuries like that.
Yeah. Anyway, so the thing is, you pointed out something that is very serious, but it has been downplayed. And the first person to downplay that was Kalonzo, by the way. Hii maneno ya koti. And I felt so sad and so bad that he quickly ran akaropoko. How do you do that as a senior counsel? I mean, seriously? Now I downplay. You do our opposition. Yani that judge was smart. He was heavy and alikuwa mwenda azibu. Surely. Na imezimwa. Unaona vile imezimwa hivyo.
It's off. It's gone. That was heavy for me. That is why I did not have hope.
That's the court saying. Why was it not interrogated? The court said. I could. Court imesema iko hivi. Imezimwa hivyo. That is Kenya. That is hii zote mgoni. All these guys are mini.
Can I tell you when I last lost hope on Kenya? Watu wasifikirie yani when I completely lost. I know people got excited about Karao. It's the day there was me, you're actually the first person that brought it up and said it is serious. And we said that could have been the downfall of Ruto. Amongst everything else, wacha hata Gen Z movement, wacha kila kitu ya ma-Gen Z, wacha vitu ya ODM kwenda maandamano. The heaviest thing, and the thing that if Kenyans had moved properly and done it correctly, was the transport thing. Kuja wakalipwa ikaisha, tukajua sasa Wakenya wote ni the same. Unalipwa kidogo na story na kufa. That thing was it. That was it. Break the transport industry completely, tukae ngumu kama Wakenya, Ruto angetii. But what happened? I lost hope. I was like, sir, even watching a maandamano was a waste of time. So it's 24th of June. Sasa mnaenda kuangalia nini hapo? Watu wanauliwa for nothing. Absolutely useless.
For me, I never talk of maandamano. In Kenya, maandamano yafanya nini? Kwenda wapi? Help that village level to achieve small objectives per village. Imagine. Koti imesema huyu Orezo watu wamedownplay. Na iko kwa katiba. Yaani hapo na opposition wameungana. Sasa wanacheza nani? Nani anacheza hapo? Si Mwananchi?
Yeah.
Ruto ameungana na opposition wapi? Can you explain that more?
What did the court decision on the election? Walisema court ilisema nini?
Election was supposed to have been done 10 days ago.
Yeah, so
and by the way, there is a guy called Nifiri Samani Willis. Willis brought that issue last year. He brought that issue last year, but people are not understanding him. Then you story kaka, but there's no any legacy politician who is speaking about it in Kenya. Watu wanaona ni kama like anyway, I don't know.
Ndio nakwambia opposition hata Gachagua amenyamaza. Gachagua wako, the spokesperson, the mic man, amenyamaza.
Alipeana according to Gachagua tuko miaka 4. That's why alisema Ruto at 4.
Listen. Mimi nasema maneno ya court. They anasema Ruto at 4 because he's also misguided. Okay? Of course, no, Ruto is at 4, of course. But then at 4 na hii ni mwisho yake. Okay? Haya, opposition wamenyamaza na Ruto amenyamaza. Si hapo wameungana kuua hiyo. Because it is benefiting who? Both of them. Opposition wanaendelea kupata pesa zile wanapata kupiga kelele hizi wanapiga. Na Ruto naye anaendelea kukamua nchi. Wananchi tunaumia. Sasa tungeambiwa yeye ni caretaker. Angejua hata hizi story anataka ati kutupa Kindiki nini na nini. Waambie sasa nyinyi mko caretaker lenda president. Period. Tuanze kwa
who would make him caretaker? Like, what is the process of making Ruto caretaker? Like, hebu nifanye hapo ni
stakeholders, kila watu watakuja na watadecide the formula. Everybody, opposition, watu wa Mungu. Caretaker government is formed
caretaker, kwani when the elections were done until the sword was given to Ruto, kwani si automatically nani Uhuru was caretaker president? Ama kwani nafikira country takabila president? It's automatic. Hiyo hata hakuna haja kuongea na watu. Caretaker, courts decide, okay, courts gives IBC time to, okay, IBC nakuja kusema, oh, we are not prepared. Okay, tell us how much time you need. The caretaker thing continues until the actual election day comes. This thing should have been proceeded. Waseme sawa, okay, should have been done on the 10th. Mbona ikufanyika 10th? Haya, tukupatie masiku ngapi? Haya, iandiko kwa it is gazetted that idiot is the caretaker government until the next election. Meaning he's not supposed to add any more cabinet people. Kwanza cabinet nafaa kuangushwa.
Yeah, na hakuna kukopa, hakuna kuenda kutafuta nyingine.
But because these people also want the 5 years,
yeah,
because of greed, wakanyamaza, you know, 5 years ni mzuri kwetu, tunyamazie kitu kwa sababu sisi tukiingia tunataka kula 5. You see, selfishness.
Migondi. Sijui nani anaweza mobilize mwananchi afanye revolution. I don't see it.
Yeah, after that thing of transport ilifanyika bana, nikasema hapana.
Haiwezi wapi. Kwanza mimi naweza wauliza, ningeuliza kwa mkutano kama hiyo hakuna. Tukiibiwa kura tufanye nini? I would start sensitizing people on that. I would start people open that debate. Wewe sikia wameanza kuuza ati Ruto atapata 75%. Wapi?
Actually Stone PK, hizi mkutano zote za Gachagua, leader mwananchi, all these people, the sensitization of the public should start now. Every mkutano
Kabisa.
Waambie watu wachunge. Unawaambia bana. Then I'll start gaining confidence.
Alafu tuwe tunabuild kwa ile 1 million mark. Saa hii tukiita watu 1 million wanaweza tokelezea. Hizo ndio vitu kama ni mimi Sifuna ningekuwa nauliza watu. Yes. Kwanza akatuzunguka hii amezunguka atoke Mahoma Bay achaenda zote. Alafu tunafanya mega rally. In Nairobi. 1 million tujaze mahali sijui Uhuru Park kwa hadi siku hizi. Jui kudelay tactics ya Ruto. Watu watafragmentiwa register party. Sasa nilisikia Ruto ameregister Linda yake Linda. Liberty Party sijui of what.
Still wasting time.
Yeah, ameregister. Hiyo Linda ina meaning. Liberty Independent Party. No. Linda Liberty something. Democrat. Na ni Ruto. Alafu sasa watu wanamono ndio amekatazwa. Alafu Amisi ndio huyu ameregister yake naye alikuwa yeye ni Linda Mwananchi. Look at those BDS happening on our side. So na niliona principals wote kwa hiyo party. Hii ni mchezo ya town wanatuchezea. Kwa sasa kila mtu akuja na party yake. Really. Oh my God. A country that is struggling that for a particular 120 something. I understand. At hiyo ndio democracy. Unajua Kenya wakishika kitu wana exaggerate. Hiyo ndio democracy ile tunaimba kila mahali. You know, we are a democratic country. Yeah. Yaani tuko more democratic than wale watu walianzisha walisema hiyo maneno ya democracy. Democracy. You preach. Preach water and take wine. Chini ya meza. Ambia watu hii ni maji ndio unakunywa, unainama chini ya meza unapiga gulp ya kanyweso. Kiambia mama atulie bwana. Mama sijui tutamweka wapi. Kenyans will regret ever having a president that would have never having a president that would have salvaged.
I think she would have been fired by Raila. Najua hiyo. Angekuwa shatolewa.
No.
Samani.
Raila angeweza fire because one thing is angekuwa anasema ni kwa nini. Unajua why it was easy to fire Gachagua? Do you know why?
Why?
Because they were struggling ni pesa. Ukora ndio ilikuwa inawafanya. But now Martha utamfire juu ana implement katiba. Watu watakataa. Watu utasema nini? Okay. Martha hata fanya hiyo vitu unafanya nani alikuwa na sio ukabila. Martha hata ana kuongea via shares. Martha hata ana kusema mlima. Martha hata ana kusema my people as if the other part of Kenya is not your people. Martha is so eloquent. She knows the language to use in terms of a leader. As a leader, there is a language you use. Okay? You don't start talking about Kirinyaga people. Mtu wangu amefukuzwa, mtu wangu. No. Talk about Kenyans. Equal distribution and all that. As a leader, it's so delicate. It's like walking on eggshell. The language you use, keep. It's very important. Kwanza tena as a leader ukianza ni I myself, I nikafanya, I did this. Huwa ina switch off what? Kabisa. Watu wanashindwa ala. Oh, okay. I. And look at the leaders who use I. Wakobi. Na siku hizi Njiru atakai kucheza clips za nani hapa. This leader that is doing so well that is the envy of the world, not even Africa. The fact that aliingia kijeshi hiyo tu ati ndio inafanya hata achukue ati cognite kwa UN nini ati hata
mtu wetu Bukana mtu wetu Burkina Faso
Burkinabe ati hata wataki kuongea, yaani mtu ametengeneza the biggest research hospital today in Africa. Ameruka mpaka Egypt. Watu wataki kusikia. Watu wako tu hoi came democratically came through a coup. Hiyo ndio wanaimba hiyo. Na jamaa alisema you can go FUCK yourself. Mimi I care about my people. That is, yani anasema sisi hatukuli diplomacy. So long as you are not coming to disturb us, wacha na aombi chakula. Na aombi pesa. Amefanya mpaka sasa mainjinia wanajitengenezea vitu zao. Akitaka kukodisha mainjinia anachukua hasa nini? Naitwaje? Free whatever. Free trade. Ana advertise and I work with people who are friendly like Russia, China. Lakini unatakana upitie huko, ame invite Africans, ukienda huko unaenda na ID. Vitu huko kusalimiana huko.
Unajua huko tu ndio imebaki tu kwetu kwa Afrika sasa. So that is where we'll be migrating to, ama tukimbie huko Spain kama wajinga.
Nataka sana watu waende huko experts. Unajua land yao nayo pia ni kubwa na gold yao nayo ni endless. Ni endless. What?
Shida tu kwangu kwa hapo. You're gonna excuse my other people from other religions. Ni kuishi Muslims bana.
Wako kimini pia. Wako Wakristo. Na shida na.
Kwitako. Unajua sasa ni hiyo religious superiority sipetangi.
Mombasa uwezangi kuishi Mombasa.
But it's not superimposed. It's not superimposed because we are a multi-religious country. We respect everybody's religion in Kenya.
Hata huko hawana shida.
Umeko huko? Umeko huko?
No, I've worked with Burkinabes and the way we relate. I've even shared a room.
Wanakubalingi kukunya uji huko?
Of course. Bora tu kuna vile you don't go na wewe na display ama whatever.
Mimi ni mzee bana, sile ya kudisplay bana, ya kuonja tu. Unajua ile uji ya kiuze. Ile ya kurelax.
They don't do sharia no, hapana.
Hiyo ndio nilikuwa naogopa. Hiyo tu. Hata isinaweza move huko basi.
They don't do sharia.
So what do we do about our IEBC?
Mimi sijui, kila mtu ameignore hiyo topic sasa. Is that imekuwa fixed? Kwanza tuliambiwa hizo King's Kit zilikuwa spirit zimefanya nini? Hiyo story ilisimwa. It is so frustrating. Labda tuuliza nani ali several times Martha. Kasi watu wanaignore. Yaani hata hao principal hiyo ni story ya wataki, it's like a potato, hot potato. Kalonzo akaisema kidogo ameshasema.
Mizimu walienda one day, ni hiyo kitu ni unafaa kwenda kila siku bana. Or tu vile tulikuwa nasema, sensitize the population about protecting your vote. Don't just guess.
Yeah, unajua huyu ambaye ndio tunaita warrior, hata bongi drive anasema tu vile ati awe
Kwa sababu aliiba dawa. So it's because he's one of the thieves.
tuwezi iba tunaita sasa hiyo ni kwa sure ni kweli. Is it inspiring confidence kweli? Watu wa constituencies zingine watakuwa brave kama Olkalau, wale walikuwa wanaangusha mpaka miti, wana block, wana inspect police. Will that happen?
Wana inspect police.
Hiyo ita happen kweli mahali kwingine wapi?
I have no confidence in that. Hata ita happen. Kwani unafikiri kwani Mbere wakufanya hivyo? Let's be frank, Stone, you are in the ground. Ulikuwa ground. Kwani Mbere wakufanya hivyo?
Walifanya hivyo, lakini walipigwa pale kwa Turning Center, boom, kapigwa wakafukuzwa. Sasa
so what are we saying now?
I don't know.
The question you should be asking is, are Kenyans ready for resisting? If Olkalau resisted, why can't all other Kenyans not resist? And that has been the talk line. And do you think even Ruto would dare to push Kenyans if the model of Olkalau is there? Those are the things we need to ask ourselves.
Yes, Suluhu did it. What do you think Ruto and Suluhu are not the same?
Jiro nikuulize, wewe hata mkiwa shule, mkienda Kurayo kama hata college, mlikuwa watu wote walikuwa wanatokelezea. Kuna waoga. Sasa unafikiria watu wote ni brebado kama yuziwa Olkalau? Kama Mbere for example, pale Siakago Hall, walikuja watu walidisendiwa na marungu, wakapigwa na kupigwa, wakatawanyikwa, watoke hapo county hall, watu wafanye mambo. Na wakatawanika na wanapigwa mpaka na marisasi. You think now people will be brave kama Olkalau? Why are we thinking that kila mtu Kenya ni brave? Watu ni waoga bwana. Watu ni waoga. I've seen people before, people scattering. Wengine unapigwa hiyo tiaga man. Unadisendiwa na hiyo marungu na hao magumu sana.
Hata Njeru huwezi fanya hivyo. Njeru. You can't do that.
I want us to have a very straightforward formula, that to accept. Because in SWOT analysis, you have to take the weaknesses that you angalia kabisa. Na uangalie the strengths, uangalie strengths zetu ni gani, alafu ndio tuna hiyo mass hiyo. Lakini nani akai-coordinate countrywide? Unless we talk about 1 million match, if things don't go, that is the shield we should put. And we should start preaching it early. That ikaenda wrong, not kusema ati iwezi enda wrong. Tuseme akiiba, tutafanya hivi, na to preach
A, B, and C. Give me confidence.
Yeah. Not saying, I hate that kind of. Mimi nataka mtu aseme, akijaribu hivi, 1 million match. Unakubali, ndio. Period. Na hivyo mpaka siku ya mwisho. Ndio nini hivi kidubutu hivi 1 million match mpaka state up or wherever you be. Ama wherever it will be to block any announcement. That is, we should charge the people to that level if we really want to succeed. Not kusema juu tundaambiwa otini sijui sheria inasema come on.
I respect the law. Alafu Njiru akuja jikojolea hapa.
Mpaka candidate wetu aanze kusema we respect the law. That's why sometimes ninasema hata siwezi taka labda.
Gachagua amekuhype up akasema ilikuwa ngumu sana. But Ruto really put on a very good fight. We will try and work together in parliament. Sasa ashawachukua nyinyi wote kwa mlima, mmepata ma MP wake, sasa anaenda ku negotiate kwa meza. Then you'll be like, Oh, Gachagua can never do that. Yeah, I'll laugh. I know I'll be part of the same thing, but I'll laugh. I'll be like, I told you. Because what are you going to do? He's going to promise you 2032. Atakwambia hamkunipatia chance I ran for president. If you had given me chance to run for president, I would have protected the vote for everybody. Unaona nimechunga yangu ya mlima. Unaona niko na MP wote. Unaona niko na utapatia hiyo story atawadansia na mtakubali. Nzeri, what do you say about that?
Uzuri hao watu wanaelewa ile mashida iko Kenya bwana. You want to tell me Gachagua hao watu wote wanaenda wa Munyoro every day. Gachagua is not understanding the problem in Kenya.
Have you not
watu wanaenda tu kwa Gachagua kukula nyama na kupeleka mambo. There's no political motivation for these people.
Have you not heard what I've just told you?
No, I'm hearing, but ile kitu mnaniogopesha naye ama siwaelewi is like you guys you are pretending ni kama in Kenya things are normal. Are Kenyans so crazy they don't understand that we are in the wrong time of where you cannot agree with the Kasongo? Why are we thinking that Kenyans are ready to agree with the Kasongo or Kasongo to subvert the will of the people?
You're talking as though it's a choice.
The choice we have is to get Kasongo out. That is the choice we have.
But you're talking as though that is a choice.
Which choice?
There's no choice there. I have just told you here, listen, this guy comes, steals 2027, and I've given you the roadmap of what Gachagua is going to do. And atakwambia utadu. He's got his MPs, he's got his governors, he's got his MCAs, na atakwambia wewe Njeru kwanza utakuwa upset, atakwambia utadu. And he'll collect the other people and tell them, if you had made me run for president, huyu mtu angepita. But since that has happened, ametuchapa kama wanaume. Let's say it was Sifuna. Atasema, Sifuna was too young. Hata nilikuwa nimeongea na yeye. Kaombe hiki tuwezani nayo. And he'll move you guys towards that government. Watch that space. That is what
I don't think Gachagua can just choose a government for us ignorantly.
Okay. What are you going to do after 2027 years, people of Mountain? What are you going to do? Are you going to stop him? How are you going to stop him?
We cannot agree with.
Give me a scenario. No, give me a scenario.
I don't think Gachagua anaenda kukula matapishi yake. I don't know why you people you want to think like that. When you kuulize Kipril, wewe Gachagua Ruto akufanyia ile kitendo Gachagua alifanyiwa. Can you go and work with him again? You nyama.
Oh my God, you! Oh my God! Oh my God!
It must be a very
now you understand. Stone became my problem.
Oh my God!
Now you understand.
Oh my God! What?
I believe in politics. You ujinga tunasemanga in politics there is no permanent enemy. In politics there is a permanent enemy depending na vile umefanyia mtu. Somebody wanted to poison you. Somebody impeached you. Somebody akakufanyia all the animosity which Gachagua alifanywa. Na Gachagua ende akafanya kazi na Ruto. I will quit.
Kwani Raila alifanywa nini?
Awachane bana, Raila alikuwa anachezanga mchezo ya town bana. Raila alikuwa mchezo ya town. Raila alikuwa mchezo ya town bana.
Si ndio menta wa Gachagua? Si Gachagua anasema ndio menta wake anataka kuwa kazi.
Hata kama ni menta wa Gachagua sio hiyo level.
Nikuuliza swali. Watu wote walimpeach Gachagua wanakuja kuingia DCP. Si forgive and forget. Una clap tu wanakuja DCP. You're clapping at them coming to DCP. Yet the guys who impeached your guy.
Tumutume kwa DCP ndio itakaa kwa. Juu atakataza hao mang'ombe sina kama. Lakini ukikaa hapo njini kwa studio utakuta bomba hao watu wanashurukia mapicha ati wamekaa karibu na Gachagua wakiwa ndio wanoma hadi sasa.
I've sent a resignation letter. We cannot do this because Kindiki is being kicked out. Hata nimetoa picha ya Ruto naingia DCP. My friend. Alafu Gachagua is going to shake that guy's hand. Who impeached him? What's at Ruto? Who impeached him? Then you tell me ati hezi work na Ruto. You're delusional, my friend.
Nambalishe kofia.
Ati nimefanyia hizo matendo zote. Huyo mtu alikuwa amemimpeach. Kwani ya kumfanyia hizo matendo bana Njeru?
Unajua mimi by my party I would not welcome such people. Ndio watu wajue na mwananchi ajue. Politicians wajue that your party has principles. You know and values. Yeah. Because
I would be
like today if you really stick to what your values are for a party, would you welcome people like Professor Kindiki to your party?
No.
Jiru. No, you keep, I know you can't. Jiru.
As a raia, Peter, I will not welcome him as a politician.
Why? For what? Why do you need him for what?
Because I believe people change.
Yes. Then Gachagua will change.
Then Ruto is going to change. Yes, Ruto is going to change.
Yes.
You're saying the exact same thing.
Ruto hawezi badilika. Ruto anaua watu na vitu vingine. Bora Ruto hawezi badilika sahi. Bora Ruto asiko pande ya raia. Bora Ruto yuko pande ya raia sahi. Ni sawa. Ruto, the only way in which I can accept Ruto amebadilika ni aachane na kiti na aseme nimechoka.
We forgave Uhuru. We forgave Uhuru. You know Kenyans were stupid. It's the same way we forgave Uhuru. Ile makosa yote tulifanywa na Uhuru. Alafu akasalamia baba. Tukasema all of a sudden Uhuru is an angel. All of a sudden Ruto is an angel. Uhuru is an angel. Your thinking is so, I don't know. You forget things. We have the things from Atiang. Tunasema, oh, it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. We did.
Selective amnesia.
Selective amnesia hapa bwana. Ruto is the worst human being created, man.
Jiru wewe nataka kupatia nini? Nataka uende DCP ndio nikuje huko. Yes, uende huko. Ukipige huko. Ufukuze hizo ng'ombe zinakuja.
As a gatekeeper, I can be a very wonderful gatekeeper.
Exactly. Because now you believe like me in politics there is permanent. Enemy is an enemy, not even in politics.
Yeah, of course. Enemy to me, I value enmity.
Yeah. So you go there and preach and tell Gachagua what tamani pesa. The scandals in his party are even too much. He's money-minded. Too much. Pesa, mtu anakuja na pesa. You know, hata mtu ametoka kuuana. This guy now is all over TVs anajaribu kuua Gachagua. Gachagua will welcome. Umemwona kwa TV mpaka ameenda ya info generation anaongea ati vile for the first time hajawahi ona hivyo, aliona Naivasha na ni mtu over 40 years. This is an idiot. Yaani wasona hivi ati alishangaa sana kuona Ruto anajaribu kusimama na ambaye nyamazeni. Wakikuyu vile waliletiwa down openly. You should play that clip. Nani? Jiru. Ndio uone. Kindiki anaongea kwa meeting. Ruto anatoka anaenda. What is that?
Hiyo tumecheza ya kutosha bana. Hiyo tumecheza ya kutosha. But unajua ni ya Kindiki. Why can't Kindiki leave? Unajua sasa hatuwezi tetea mtu mjinga. Mbona tutetee mtu mjinga?
Ya anakuja DCP, si ulisikia mkubwa wako alimtetea? What do you mean huwezi tetea? Nani alimtetea kwanza? Sasa tuachane na profesa. Nafikiri alikuwa amepromisiwa tu. Sasa ni mtoto wetu. Si ni mtoto wetu? Si ndio? Si ni mtoto wetu? Si ndio?
Akarukwa sasa amerudi kumtukana. Si amerudi kutukana Kindiki tu juzi kwa Wamasai. He's gone back.
Of course, lazima utukane because
huyo jamaa wako pia kuna kitu anakunywa. Ni bendera. It's not reliable. So, unfortunately. As once you are ukiwa pesa mbele na do na worship do value is gone.
Unajua sasa hivi tunataka kutoa Kasongo.
Jeru, the day you mature politically, where you speak your mind.
I'm not mature politically. Who told you I'm not mature politically? I've told you they are permanent enemies. And I do not need to agree with Gachagua on everything. Sasa tuko kwa pande ya kutoa Kasongo.
You're politically romanticizing how things are.
Ruto lazima tumtoe. Hata Ruto ni kumtoa unyo kwanza. Tuache story mingi. Okay?
Wacha mimi niende kulala, nimefika 3:13 lakini leo umenifurahisha. Kesho, I want every day we talk about the IEBC until we get that problem sorted. So unasema hii show yako inasikizwa kila mahali. IEBC, 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 IEBC. Yes.
Una siku kusema ati we give them a chance. We give them a chance to screw up. Kuja wanasema ati presidential campaign ni 16 billion. Upuzi. 16 billion for what?
Aya, sawa. Wacha tuone Orengo sasa.
Na ucheze nini ya nani? Ucheze video ya your sister, Comfort.
Clearly, that over the years when there has been struggle to bring change to Kenya, the community which is called the Luo community has always been in the forefront. And the Luo community has sacrificed for the Republic of Kenya and continue to do so. When there was problems about Mau Mau and a party called the Kenya African Association or Union, CAU, had some of its leaders detained. Among those who were detained was Ramogi Ochieng' in the 50s. And when Ramogi Ochieng' was detained, and he was the secretary of CAU, he was replaced in the leadership of CAU by Walter Odede, who became the president. When Kenya was fighting for independence, and I want anybody to look at the proceedings at Lancaster, when the future of Kenya was being debated at the Lancaster conferences, you could not miss one Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. You could not miss Tom Joseph Mboya. Always on the front line. And when there were legal questions, there was arguings. Correct.
FDE is the hottest AI role, the highest paying, most buzzed engineering role of 2026.
There was arguings, correct. And the detention thereafter was Ramogi Ochieng' Ramogi Ochieng' has been the longest serving detainee in the life of the Republic of Kenya, him and Wasonga CJ. In the political space, nobody has sacrificed for this nation, including bringing the new constitution, more than Raila Amolo Odinga. I have argued, and I hope that one day people will do an audit, but I continue to believe that the greatest Kenyan who ever lived was Raila Amolo Odinga. Because anything at Momo se bedo Kenya kamutio ni Kenya molo Raila Amolo Odinga. Is there? There is nobody. And in bringing Kenya together, after Mboya and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, because Mboya and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, while Kenyatta were in detention, they started the first national party in the Republic of Kenya called KANU. And thereafter, if you look at all these parties, Clifford, I'm very happy about the statements you made about all these parties that have died. But ever since KANU, the only true national party which was founded by Raila was ODM. ODM was everywhere. That one we must accept as a fact. But Ruto came to kill this party called ODM. We gave him a chance that don't kill our party. If Ruto loved Raila the way he says he loved Raila, he could not kill the party founded by Raila Amolo Odinga. That a party which in every election had a presidential candidate. This is the year, or next year is the year, when ODM is not going to have a presidential candidate. What a shame. Shame. What a shame. 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 And then the person who made sure that Raila was never president of the Republic of Kenya, which is Ruto, because he ran away from Raila in 2017. He ran away from Raila. And in 2022, instead of saying, I can give this patriot an opportunity to become the president of the Republic of Kenya, he was there as Raila's opponent. Now Raila's opponent and political enemy has been brought to us as the Luo community as the best friend. A person who could not sacrifice for Raila, want to sacrifice for Raila after Raila has died. That cannot be. That cannot be. So we are saying we must keep the tradition of Raila Amolo Odinga, keep the legacy of Raila Amolo Odinga, and that legacy and the policy and the spirit of Raila Amolo Odinga is in a party known as Linda Mwana Inchi. That is where spirit of Raila is. Even when I see you here, the way I've been hearing the statements, the responses, Raila Amolo Odinga is here. Raila Amolo Odinga is here. And Karango Kai, Unye Chun Raila Ter. Let us not let Raila die. Ruto said that he was going to take Raila home in a wheelbarrow, which he did. We want to tell Ruto Raila is alive. And Raila is alive because we are in the one-term movement to make sure that just like you took Raila home in a wheelbarrow to Bondo, we don't want to kill you like Raila was killed. We will take you back to Sugoi.
Munasikia hapo, Raila was killed. He is retaliating it all the time. All the time he is retaliating it.
Live to live with your people. We are not callous. We are not callous. We will take you back home alive.
One time.
Ne one time or see one time. Ne one time or see one time. I want to give my vow before you that Linda Mwananchi is going to transition into a political party. We know the election timelines, and I want to tell you, we are not going to let you down. And you are going to love this party we are bringing. We are going to love this party. So we will launch the party, which will be the party for all Kenyans, from Kisumu to Mombasa, Laila mpaka Majengo. Chama cha Raila inakuja Pwani, inakwenda Mandera, Turkana, popote katika Kenya. Chama cha Raila Amolo Odinga, ambapo itazaliwa kutoka kwa Linda Mwananchi, itakuwa na itaongoza nchi hii. I want to give you that promise. I want to give you that promise. I want to ask you, the vote for 2027.
I'ma be the baddest that you ever done saw.
For just $67, you can generate as many videos as you want and never have to worry about showing your face on camera or using complex editing tools.
We are going to elect a president for Kenya, not a president for any region. We want the person who is elected as a president will be the president of the Republic of Kenya, not a regional leader. And the only movement, political movement that has the capacity, the ideology, and the strength, political strength, to bring about a leadership that will be nationally Kenyan, which will stand with the Constitution of Kenya, defend and protect our Bill of Rights, is going to come from Linda Mwananchi. It's going to come from Linda Mwananchi. I can tell you, me, I've never been to your village to tell you become Linda Mwananchi. That's what is very special about Linda Mwananchi. Linda Mwananchi is organic. It is born from your spirit. It's born from your mother's womb. It's born in your spirit where you come from. This is a party and a movement for the people of Kenya. And this is why we must move in this journey together. I want to say that we must work with other Kenyans who have the same ideology and the same spirit to make sure that we send Ruto home. We must, as an opposition, come together. That must be. But I'm also saying in the name of the community which has sacrificed so much. If you look at the people who were killed during Gen Zs, 75% of those who were killed in Nairobi were Luos. And over the years, even Luchu the other day, when you really worked hard, when they killed 5 people in Busia, 4 of them are Luos. Even last week, there was another young man who was killed in the police cells, another Luo. Yeah. Even when they're defending a PS, they are still being killed. So, this community cannot be in a movement in which they are just followers. They must lead from the front. They must lead from the front as part of the great Kenyan nation. And we owe Raila Amolo Odinga, we owe Jaramogi, we owe Achieng' Oneko, we owe Odhiambo Mbai, we owe Tom Mboya, we owe Arrogance Kodek, we owe Robert Ouko, we owe Herbert Ojwang. Because we have sacrificed our biggest names to our children. And you remember the child who was killed in Rongai from Suba. 9-year-old, he was shot with 12 bullets. And Uruto said, even with those 12 bullets, this child was alive. So we cannot be in the background.
We can't.
We must be in front, playing with with our brothers from other parts of Kenya. So I want to say that I accept the challenge. I accept. I accept it from my spirit, from my body, and from everything I got. And we're going to run all over Kenya, but we're going to begin with Homa Bay, Migori, Kisumu, and Siaya to make sure that our home is safe and is going to be part of the Kenyan nation in this journey to reclaim Kenya. Now, the other day, Ruto, I think it was yesterday, he was launching Vision 2060. You cannot talk about a better Kenya in the year 2060. When you're in power, you're killing people.
Say that again.
You want me to say it again? You cannot dream about a better Kenya in the year 2060 when probably you're not going to be alive. When Kenyans who are living today are living in hell on earth.
Yes.
Umesikiza hiyo story like every time Orengo tu anasema tu stories za killing of Raila. Are these people sick or niziti atuelewi? Because some people want us not to believe Raila Odinga was killed. Uje mama ongea kwa Raila kuuawa sana.
Na si ni ukweli.
But where are some people they are pretending and even the family, the immediate family of Raila Odinga, they want to like pretend that it was natural death.
Yeah, because see, they've been bribed, so wamekula, wamepewa nini.
Which bribe is enough to hide the death of your kid?
That's your moral. It's injiro, unajua unakuwa.
Somebody who lived with you almost their entire lifetime, when you need to stand for them, when they cannot, but you know, standing for somebody who cannot speak. This was the time when they need to stand for somebody who cannot speak like Odinga, right?
They can't. The human nature is when you are dying, yani ujaona hiyo maneno unamalizo, yani people want to get over it. Kabisa, they, you know, it was too heavy for them. Oh, angalia, how come Ruto takes? Well, yani it was too heavy. They were overwhelmed. They could do nothing. They were slaves of Ruto. Ruto took over the barrio as who? Finished. Walimalizwa hiyo kabisa. No wonder nani Orengo is very bitter about it. Yeah. There's nothing you can do but power. Ukiwa prezo ataku. Even if your most loved to have could deny it, then you will be haunted forever. You think they are happy? Unapewa kazi ya UN. You think she's happy? I don't know. Anyway, you never know about people. But najua duniani sasa ukia kufa umekufa, watu wanamalizana na wewe. Raila end up very badly, and he ended up that way because of that hiyo kurukaruka tu hiyo. That's how you end, by the way. He deserved it.
But you see, unaona Gachagua alisema hata yeye alikuwa anataka kukua poison 7 times. So already I think Gachagua alikuwa hiyo instinct ya poisoning, but how kama hivyo Gachagua ameelezea ndivyo alikuwa anatafutwa, sijui mimi nilikuwa nachukua sahani ya 7, hata kama tunasema Gachagua kuna vitu anaongea which are not coherent. If Gachagua is reporting that walikuwa wamepanga kumuua, don't you think like Raila Odinga kuna uwezekano pia alipangiwa kuuawa lakini akakuwa hiyo mitego hakuona?
Of course. Unajua huko kwa show kuna mara ya kwanza when they interacted with the Ruto alijipost kwenda kwa football match. I don't know whether you are in that show. And I said yeah, and we said it, tukasema kwisha. Unajua alikuwa amekatazwa asiende karibu na Ruto. Wakaenda hako wanasalimiana hata wanahagiana. We said kwisha, finish. That is his journey to his grave, the beginning. And it was true.
Immediately health yake ikaanza kuenda hewa. The moment alianza kunini, anaenda State House usiku. Sasa anaenda State House usiku. Njiro. He didn't know who he was dealing with. Ni mzae. Akazuia Ruto atolewa, akasema Ruto aende alafu baki na Gachagua. Hata afadhali angebaki na Gachagua kidogo for the time being. Kabla nini?
Yeah, that was so sad actually.
It's very sad.
I think Odinga was not able to detect those issues.
Yeah, unaweza kosa kudetect. Unaweza kosa kudetect. Magufuli yako detect. Sasa kama sasa tuseme ni mtu kama huyu naweza mtaja awe yeye ndiye alitumwa, utadetect aje na ni confident wako? Ni yule mtu unaamini, utadetect aje? And you know who I'm talking about. Utadetect aje?
Yani, yeah, anyway, aliwoniwa sana, but it's unfortunate we lost him. Nilikuwa nikitaka because Orengo ameongelea hiyo story sana almost 10 times repeatedly. Na anasema alimpeleka huko na Wiroba. Na sisi hata sisi tutampeleka, lakini uzuri sisi tunampeleka akaange huko kwake. You can hear those symbolism.
When you're killing our young people, so don't talk about 2060. We are the people who, as Linda Wananchi, are going to determine the future of this nation. And I'm going to make myself available in about 2-3 weeks to go to every radio station, every TV station, to talk about what Linda Mwananchi is going to do for Kenya. We have talked too much about what is wrong with Kenya. We must now talk about what we are going to do to make Kenya a better nation. And we are going to do that. Aunge luoro mo. Aunge luoro. Aunge luoro. Jo Homa Bay man ka. Ge jo ma Homa Bay moko jopo ka. Adwa nyiso no rengo tegno. Jo ma Homa Bay man ka utegno. Poka winjo ne utegno. Wadhi koso kwadhi. Wabiro koso kwabi. To wabiro gi yore te kendo amor ni wacho gi maino. Dhako kadhi nyuol kata ige ng'ang'o. Kasa ogik kadibed padri ma Roma to kodwa nyuolo Wiri Simbajiri to bro na nyuol sano. So one chopo Homa Bay, and I'm telling the police, if you behave like the police during the one-party era, we'll find an occasion to deal with you. We'll find an occasion to deal with you. In the year 1792, during the French Revolution, the king, the monarch King Louis XVI, had a big prison in the center of Paris called the Bastille prison, where all the people who were anti-government, all the people who the king didn't like,
were taken to rot in that jail. That jail was protected by more than 5,000 people.
If you have ED, you might need to work on your mental game. When you're aroused, your brain releases dopamine. That dopamine kicks off a chain reaction.
Including somebody who was not just a policeman. He was somebody who has fought in several wars. But the people of Paris, when they said enough is enough, they took over that prison and freed every prisoner without having an army. So I know the people of Kenya, we cannot be afraid of policemen. I'm telling the policemen, we cannot be afraid of you. If you're not protecting our rights under the Constitution, then you're part of the problem. And your time will come. This Constitution requires the police not to be directed by any power or authority, including the president. That is why it is called a service. But if you do not protect the rally that we are going to have in Homa Bay on the 16th, from 17th, 18th, something will happen to you. There's a policeman who was taken to The Hague. You may end up at The Hague.
Tell them.
You may end up at The Hague. And if you end up at The Hague, Ruto will not be there. And The Hague demonstrated that even a president and a deputy president can be taken to an international court to answer for the crimes they were committed against the people. So we are not sitting tight and waiting. Our journey, Homa Bay wabiro to urwak jo linda wananchi nya wan gi bura anya aloso kodgi virtually yawutua mango babu wino will be there kenda no ngen waromo koduka Karoli Omondi will be there jotelo mag linda wananchi including
ruler, he's a king. He owns everything. He says the road goes there, no, it's not going anymore. Transformer is going there, not going anymore. What is that? Every day I'm telling him, like, oh, he's gonna be speaking. Oh, we all go be watching, listen, because the revelations are gonna really like save this country. What he said is the truth and the tip over of the iceberg. There's so much more happening. Ruto shouldn't be even president, and if he's not president as of Tuesday, he was no longer president. Remember, we the people told the courts, our employees, do the law for us, advise us what we should do. They said, hey, you guys, you didn't count correctly. The election was supposed to be this Tuesday. It ends. It is a fact. Why are we still quiet? Why did it go one more day or 2 more days? Even myself, probably I'd be a goon. If I didn't have a job, I'd be a goon. I'd be thinking, oh, I don't have a job. Yeah. I need to feed my kids. Maybe I've graduated. Nothing is working out. And when I get the little money, I can't even afford to buy anything. If I'm just hanging out there and my kids are hungry, somebody comes and says, hey, we're being recruited to go and hit those guys and disrupt that meeting for this amount, I'll do it. But right now what I'm seeing is that we may just be changing one political leader for another one who will come and find a rotten system and see, oh, I can also become rich.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill deeper into our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and see how our company has become an emerging leader in the oil and gas industry. In 2024, Phoenix Energy rose to become the 11th most prolific oil and gas operator in the Williston Basin, one of America's top producing regions. We are now right alongside industry giants like ConocoPhillips and EOG and plan to continue rising in the rankings. Our daily production rates have risen as high as 18,000 barrels of oil per day. We've sold more than 4 million barrels, and we're just getting started. We hope to see you at our brief webinar. In less than 1 hour, you will learn more about our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offering.
Great to see you. Hello there, and welcome to our political conversations that come to you every single day. It's about making our country better. It's about making informed decisions. I'm with Honorable Comfort Munoru Mwangi. She is from the diaspora, political leadership and governance expert. She vied in Muranga for a Senate seat. But we talk every single time she's in the country about this country. It's all about understanding what is happening from a diaspora lens. Great to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm very good.
Karibu Kenya.
Asante sana. It's become a bit more dusty. I was here in February. Hakuna haja kuosha gari.
It's dusty now.
Yes, even the guy, I told him don't wash.
Let's talk about what we're seeing in this country. We're looking at the president and his broad-based government, and we're also looking at the opposition. We look at Kalonzo, Matiang'i, who else is there? Rigathi Gachagua, Edwin Sifuna, Martha Karua. And I want to start from what you see first in the opposition. Why do you think they haven't united first?
Well, I think they each represent a certain constituency that is guided by what they believe in their various parties. And what they really need to understand is that we cannot let Ruto come back just because they're not uniting. They can work with their differences so that we agree that each of them, they have their strong candidates. We have proper primaries. We have to make it open for all. That is what I think is affecting most of them. They have their own parties, but they're seeing like they're going to be swallowed. So in my view, looking from outside in, they look like they're fighting and it's not good. It looks like they're breaking apart, but yet they all have strengths individually and they all provide a constituency that not all of them can tap. So if they come together and then agree that, yes, I am PNP, but you still have to honor that I could put in candidates, and so on. Then there comes the effort part. There are those who feel like Rigathi is putting in all the effort, and maybe Kalonzo at some point, maybe Matiang'i, maybe Martha. There's that imbalance, and people perceive it as that action is actually solidifying numbers, that in action, you cannot say that we're on the same page. But if they come together and bring the various strengths, it could be a unifying factor.
How about Edwin Sifuna, the Sifuna wave? We've been talking about it. Have you had a chance to interrogate Edwin Sifuna and his potentiality of becoming president?
Well, I love him. He's got the energy. I remember when it's that when we had the Gen Z protest. I saw him. He was actually walking to the cops.
Yeah.
He was inhaling that the tear gas. He was actually on the ground. I didn't see anybody else. And that for me is action. And then the way he talks helps the younger people get on board. They can identify. But for me, I see Sifuna is a signal that people, generally the larger population, the Gen X, Gen Z, and the millennials, can now see that there's a chance of all this leadership being, the transition can happen, can really change, the shift can happen. And I can see it too, that the shift can now move, because we have had the same people. And there's a danger of the older generation, so to say, the way I see it from outside in. Because I know my mother would tell me that we used to sing every day, God bless the king, that kind of a thing. So I brought up by people who believe in the person in position is like the king and the ruler. And that's the mindset that they have. So then the same generation went through Moi, one party, political party, and so on. So we had that kind of a leader, and these people went through it. So they might be perceiving that. They still see that that position alone is the most important. It's not. It is the whole system that needs to be checked. And now what happened? We moved to 2010, and we said we don't want an imperial leader or a king. And it was a perfect, one of the best constitutions in the world that took care of all those fears that we had, that too much power was concentrated to the on one president, on one person. But guess what? Ruto came and hacked it. He's hacked that whole system. From the top. Devolution, he didn't even like devolution, is gone. In fact, the first bill that was passed 2022, the entire money that was supposed to go to the counties, he cut some at the top, almost like I don't know how many billions. He saved some for the national cake. So going down each step, the independent commissions, they're all compromised. The parliament, the judiciary. So all the things that we have in the Katiba have been hacked. And it says we can ask the citizens. Yet the Article 1 says, we the people are sovereign. You are our employees. We are delegating this power for you to govern.
Yes.
That's it. You're an employee. Now, employee, we're still fearing his son is telling us what to do. He can't do anything with our country. So we need, as this opposition is putting their story out there of Ruto must go, like everybody hates Ruto, so now we're all united. But then what? Any of them would just be another Ruto 2.0. They'll go in and they'll be with all the ideals. And then they'll say, oh, I have all this power. And then look at the people around them as they campaign. That's another thing. It's called patronage. You win, you have to reward them. The finance you have campaign, you have to reward them.
We risk going back.
We'll go to the same thing, yeah.
And therefore, we have to interrogate the candidates as well, even much harder than we did before.
Correct. That's what we need to do.
Talk to me about what we've been seeing now in the country. I don't know how you've been watching this while you are abroad. Goonism.
Yes.
It is crazy that you can't even have an election. The by-election in Olkala was simply madness, if I can describe it. What do you think about this as we're heading to 2027?
I would say Goonism did not just emerge on its own. There's an economic index angle that affects it. If I see, even myself, probably I'd be a goon. If I didn't have a job, I'd be a goon. I'd be thinking, no, I don't have a job. I need to feed my kids. Maybe I've graduated. Nothing is working out. And when I get the little money, I can't even afford to buy anything. If I'm just hanging out there and my kids are hungry, somebody comes and says, hey, we're being recruited to go and hit those guys and disrupt that meeting for this amount, I'll do it. So that's why we're pushing people. From your policies, you're pushing Goonism. But it doesn't stop there. Because now from there, it becomes an economy of its own. It becomes an employer on its own. And then you hear the opposition saying, if you come, even us will protect ourselves. So they're also going to have some goons.
Yes.
What are we creating here?
So if you're going to 2027, why do you think it is, first of all, here? And are we going to see more of it? That is the question.
We're going to, if we don't stop it and realize that this can create a war, it can become, everybody's going to be hiring some goons for a meeting. Then the other ones are better fed. They've got more money. They've got more weapons. It's going to be ugly, but we need to also make the people, if you're coming in and you're talking UDA or you're talking Kenya Kwanza, you're talking DCP, we have to make your leaders responsible for your action as a goon. Because I'm not going to go to a meeting as DCP and beat myself. So it's somebody else coming from a different party. And then we can then know who is financing them and who's behind them and hold them accountable. Yes.
So do you think there will be political violence in 2027? Because we just saw this Kofi Annan report that talks about the same. Do you think there will be?
I can sense it. There's this thing of, we're still going back to the tribal stuff, people trying to agitate others on tribal lines. Now there's even an angle of Muslim and Christians that's coming up. It's building up. You might hear of an Islamic party. Yeah. So the tensions are growing. And the people who are in power want to hold on to it. You can't remove an incumbent just like that. They want to hold on to it, so they're gonna try and squash and squeeze, and it's not gonna be good.
That is 2027.
Yes.
We also talked about, before we started, about taxation. And this is basically why we are here. This is why there is Ruto must go. This is probably why there will be must go in the next regime. How would you compare taxation in Kenya versus what is there abroad? And maybe why Kenyans are being taxed this badly or this highly?
I think it all boils down to also governance. And because we've been borrowing money, we borrow money for various projects, but we don't say, hey, show us how much do you need? Who is gonna control? Who is the contractor? What is the deadline for this project? Who is responsible for it? Is it somebody, is it a friend of yours or your brother? What's going on? And then timelines for those projects. It's not there. So that is why you see somebody saying, I'm opening a road, they put a plaque and they say this road is 10 billion. Where are they pulling that price from? 10 billion. A road that I feel like I'd probably build it myself is 10 billion. So we're not being critical. So we have now overdone it. So the government is kind of broke. They have to tax us. The governance, they're just like eating, like you're given a sack to go and plant. Instead of it multiplying, you eat the sack of the seeds plus the sack, plus the sack. And then, so now how you have to then go to the people's home and tax them into to the core.
So what should happen? And maybe you can tell me vis-a-vis what you're seeing abroad when it comes to taxation here in Kenya. What should happen so that the next government doesn't have to face this must go again?
The citizens don't have issues with paying taxes if they see that the taxes are working for them. All right, because we know the government doesn't have revenue, they'll get it from the taxes. But if you're going to tax us, and the same time we're seeing you making 100 trips out of the country with a masseur in the plane and all those things, and then we see people with you have a big 3-4 cars you're driving, and we're seeing every scandal, money is going away. It's a problem. But we don't have a problem paying taxes. If I'm going to pay taxes, I go to a hospital, I'm treated. I don't have to pay school fees. You see, when I go to buy food, it's affordable, but they're not going to put VAT on the food. Tax my salary. The people who have got salaries are in trouble. Add a levy to it.
SHA, affordable housing, what?
And then the petrol comes to Mombasa, and from there, why am I paying more than Uganda that is landlocked? You see, those are the questions. So they are taxing us beyond what we can. It's like trying to just kill us, and that is not sustainable. Out there, we know that, like when I was in Germany, the taxes were almost like 40% of your check, but education was completely free all the way to college. You go to hospital, whether it's a C-section, whatever it is, you can even opt C-section or natural birth, you'll be treated, you walk out without paying a dururu. So even if the roads are good, driving on the autobahn with no streetlights or anything, I was hitting almost the maximum speed and somebody overtakes me and disappears. The faith you have on the road. Here, even from here to there, I don't know whether I see a hole. I don't know how deep it is. I don't know what's going to happen. I try to go this way. Somebody's coming this way. So we see taxes working. We'll be okay paying taxes. There's a period. Look at Kibaki's time. We didn't have a problem paying the taxes. You know, people had education. We had old people getting money and that kind of a thing. So when you say that, it's the people have to see that taxes are doing. They're supporting their life because they're paying the government, not the government looking. I mean, you know how they spend extravagant, yeah.
But it seems it's boiling down to leadership and governance, you know, the leadership of this country. What we're basically saying is that we don't lack resources. It's just that we don't have people to implement. Well, how would you describe the current governance system of Kenya?
Like I said, the leadership has hacked the constitution step by step. So we actually don't have, we're not using the constitution anymore. If you have IBC, the head of IBC suddenly has an 80 million house in Karen, how is it going to be fair? I don't know. Will it be fair?
Where has it come from?
Where has it come from? Will it be, you tell me, will it be fair? If the server for Smartmatic is still there, and then you have people moving out, people known for hacking elections around the world in Africa, they're around hanging our president. Do you think the elections have not been done? It's possible. Everything, we're just now on autopilot, all this action, but probably we even lost the election. We need to dismantle the IBC, make sure there's no Smartmatic. Follow what Menakia said and use technology to consolidate, and within hours we can have the results. We don't have to go to any bombers or all this kind of stuff they're saying. That's where the Okora happens.
And so whose responsibility is this now? Because you just talked about what is happening in government. We have this opposition that is supposed to be raising these issues. There was a Gachagua speech yesterday, one by one issues about the presidency, even saying that he has transferred Raila to Bondo permanently. Now, this is what the opposition is talking about, but we're heading to an election.
Yeah.
So what should we be talking about now?
We need to talk about the referee. You can have the numbers. The referee is the IBC. If you don't handle that issue, you don't reform the IBC now, dismantle it completely. Completely. That's what we need to do. It's just, we came from the World Cup. So what can happen? You have to make sure the referee, the IBC is reformed immediately. We have now that 1 year gap. Immediately. And then we use the present technologies to make sure that once the votes are counted at the polling station, that form, immediately, those are the results. That's why election ends. There's nothing like trying to add them together. We're not adding receipts.
Yeah.
That, oh, yeah, that's what we're doing in Bomas. They come here, we had that quarter of about 4 days is when things are changed. You remove this, add this to somebody, then they win with 200,000 or something. And they'll be your president for 4 years.
Hello, my name is Helen Mwangi, Director of Noberian Kenya Limited, and we are proud to introduce to you a premium beverage from the beautiful south of France. Together, we bring you the French tradition, quality, and
would say
I can take CTU with me everywhere I go. I decided to go back to school and I chose CTU. So if I'm at...
From what I read, like Ghana, Burkina Faso, having the minerals is helping. It helped like Ghana. The gold that they had, they managed to make it help them bring down the reserve, the money reserve. And that stabilized their economy. We don't only have gold. You're talking of economy. I opened the paper, I saw a Chinese in Ribayala digging. In Ribayala, they're there. And, you know, there are a lot of minerals here, but we don't have transparency in who's getting the licenses. And all that. That whole picture is not transparent enough. Foreigners may come if they have the technology, but those foreigners are people in the diaspora in class with them. Where can there be Kenyans in the same areas that can come and do that? Where's all the Mzungu? What's all these Wazungus? They see students in the classes with us, and then you come and get them. So you can hunt for the people in the diaspora who are in the mining. They've done that. So they can come in, but we need to have a clear picture of all the minerals that we have, and then make sure that we make it our national asset, whereby it is transparent. Any money in the contract of anybody digging the minerals, we need to have that published and we see who it is and how they were selected and who is the beneficiary, the contractors and all that. But it's not a bad thing that we can have foreigners coming in with all that. But we have the gold, it is ours. And then we bring, from our gold, we can create the work. The finishing of that gold doesn't have to be done in Europe. We get it done here. We make the rings, we make everything.
Yeah.
You know, we can make everything here, provide the jobs. We keep the money here, the money that is here, and also gold strengthens our currency. So we just need to see what minerals we have, protect them, make sure it is transparent. Whatever mineral they're going, anybody's digging, we need to have it published. We've hired this company, it's 70% Kenyans, they're doing this, that kind of a thing. All the work is being done here and being finished here. If it is how to make the jewelry, we bring that equipment here, we employ our
How
Kenyans.
big can the economy grow once we look at these minerals? How big can this economy grow? Because it seems this is not a conversation that Kenyans usually have.
Well, gold, especially gold is the one that makes a currency strong. If you read about Ghana, they got out of their debt. No, they had the same debt like Mr. Jimmy Wanjigi talks about. Ghanaians woke up and any money they had in the bank, the 30% was taken by the banks. They were left with 70%. They defaulted. And so they were in very, sad space. But the gold they had, they used it. And it started growing the GDP. And it's the one that is helping the economy. And we have more gold. We have rubies. We've got so much wealth here, including our oil. We in Kenya, we import petroleum that's already refined. Why can't we bring it here and provide jobs and refine it here so that when we start digging our Takwel one, we become an oil country? So when we have the Iran war and the prices change, the price of oil is global. But most people, they refine it in their own place. We bring refined petroleum. It's very expensive.
Instead of refining it here.
Yes, and that would provide jobs all of a sudden. In fact, if we do it near Takwel, we can now dig ours.
Do you sometimes think that is there an intentional decision to ensure that we're just poor as a country by our leaders? Is this the case?
No, then they're not poor.
I speak for myself.
You speak for yourself. They're not poor.
Yeah.
They're going around taking the low-hanging fruits, and then they compromise. You sold your. Okay, look at this. Safaricom. They call Vodafone. Yeah, they had something like 30% control. We added them 20. They're 30. So now they have 55. Wazungu's out there. Okay. And I was like, my God, when I heard that they were selling Safaricom shares, they should have allowed each Kenyan, even Wajiko, to buy a share. Because I remember in 2008, the IPO, people were able to buy shares and they made money from Safaricom. Why didn't they first offer Kenyans? Do you know that if each Kenyan managed to have, or so that they could access the shares, that is our platform, that is our pride, that is our cow. It's like selling the cow that we milk. You don't know what they're doing with our data there, what's going to be happening. But if everybody had that ownership of such an important asset that everybody uses to transfer money, to buy, to everything, it is so we need to also increase the ownership. We want to feel Kenyans can, through good governance, and if the coalition can work on that, we need to start feeling we can own. So even if it's that gold, if they want to sell it, we buy shares in it, stocks it as Kenyans.
Yesterday Gachagua had this press, as I was telling you, and it seemed from the presser, it's William Ruto, the president, who is now owning everything. He talked about De La Rue, he talked about Bambori Cement, he talked about glasses, he talked about almost in every sector. Gachagua was going sector by sector and showing how William Ruto is owning. First of all, what do you think about that Gashagua's presser? And also that concept of one man owning all?
Like I said, we are in danger because of having that generation that saw the position of the president as powerful. They have ignored the constitution. He has ignored it. So he has bought the judiciary. He's bought the parliament to do anything he wants. He wants to pass a bill with central bank, how he's going to clean the gold from Sudan, whatever it is. He has already done that. So he uses it as change. This is a law. Hey, you guys come here. We have confessions. It's a year of confessions. Junaid Mohammed said money was moving around. So we know that these people are bought, which is so sad. So each level, I'm telling you, each level of the constitution that we covered, he has bought it. So what else can you say? So when we even try to say, we need to know who bought it. When you say it's a foreigner, but we don't interrogate to see behind. It's just a name. Then you go, you say, oh, it is his friends. It is maybe family. So yeah, maybe he does own everything. He owns. So how are they going to compete against him?
So the more, and I also ask you, what do you think about that regarding Gachagua presser? Because I think we need to have more of these revelations, don't you think?
Oh, Rigathi is a gift to Kenya. It's a gift that keeps giving. Every day, I'm telling him, like, oh, he's going to be speaking. Oh, we all go, we start watching, we listen. Because the revelations are going to really like save this country. What he said is the truth and it's a tip over of the iceberg. There's so much more happening, yes.
You talked about the Iran war, and maybe I want to conclude with that, even before you tell me also about what the future looks like for the country. We saw the petroleum prices going up, and it's all because of that. First, have you had a chance to look at the Iran war and its impact on Kenya?
Hi. Now we're comfortable, let's talk urine leakage. Tena Men Maximum Guards are designed for men.
You have to understand that the oil is traded on a global market. They give the price of the oil. Like now, actually, recently, it's gone down to 83, or the number that is for each barrel. So it doesn't matter where you are. But the people who have the oil as crude, and then they make the products out of it within their country, they're at an advantage. So the price of oil remains there. But luckily for us, not luckily, before we were lucky, but now we source our oil from that whole region that is at war. It's not even the Hormuz. Ours is coming from UAE and all that. But now when that one hits Mombasa, then the taxes in Kenya, our hunger through taxes is what makes the price different for us. Otherwise, it shouldn't be that high. Uganda, for example, they restructured and did one source. So the oil comes, so it is cheaper there. Rwanda is the same. But as it comes, we have now all these companies that have come up to buy that using the government to government, whatever. And they have all these wonderful names. But we're not interrogating who are the real beneficiaries. And you might find out it could be one person who owns maybe 4 out of 10 or 7 out of 10. Yes. So we need to know who are the actual beneficiaries, not just who is actually getting the money. As Kenyans, we need to interrogate all the time. Where is our money going?
What do you mean? Could it be a Kenyan?
What do you think? It could be a Kenyan sharing with another person for another deal. I mean, we are just watching like a movie. Our country is actually, it's a one-man show. Everything is, we're just watching, but we're so docile. I told you some nations that are not Christian, they're not going to take all this mess. Algeria and all those other places. They'll say no, and they'll actually come and remove you. We need to go back to what our constitution says. And the opposition needs to really, really, really hammer that in and show us visually, this is how it's going to be different. And to begin with, they're going to get rid of our referee here. Others, I'm telling you, the goose is cooked. You know how you clean the house when visitors are coming? But then there's that kid who meets the visitors at the gate. We've been washing the house the whole day because we have people, you have Junet, we have everybody telling us. We had that woman at the North Kenya saying to Tajaza, they just can't help themselves. Sudi will say, asubuhi tutajaza, hata it's not enough to tajaza. They can't help themselves. They know that they have done something. And we are watching. So we are so busy trying to do all this coalition thing, that kind of a thing, to take that presidential position for one of us, and we might not even get there, instead of interrogating and dismantling IBC like today. And then there's that ruling that was in Malindi, right?
Yes.
And which means actually Ruto shouldn't be even president. And if he's not president as of Tuesday, he was no longer president. Remember, we the people told the courts, our employees, do the law for us, advise us what we should do. They said, hey, you guys, you didn't count correctly. The election was supposed to be this Tuesday. It ends. It is a fact. Why are we still quiet? Why did it go 1 more day or 2 more days?
Yeah, because according to Willis Otieno, who's a constitutional lawyer, he says the president now is a temporary incumbent.
We have that anywhere in the... No, he's not the president. We, the people, should have a caretaker government come into place. And because he ended his presidency on Monday night or Tuesday, he's now Raya. He can go to court. He's Raia. He's now Raia. He can go to court. He only had immunity while president. It's true. It's fact. Ask lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, but I know. He had the immunity to do all those things. But the minute you leave, even our president in the US, the minute he leaves, he knows, unless now he starts to change the laws, you're back, you're Raia. We continue from where we left.
But then
with your cases.
How would you describe what we are having now?
It is what tumekaliwa kabisa, because we just accept. We just keep accepting. We don't have people with guts to come out and say, you've ended your term, sir. We're not giving you any time. Get out. This whole period, get that, we get a caretaker government. We can even, we the people say, hey, we're taking pause for 2 years. We need referendum. We need to see why our institution is not working. Fix everything. If it is, we have, how many constituencies?
290.
290.
Yeah.
We need to reduce them to 80, where we can have different tribes all in one place. Forget all this breaking down into tribes. We have a window to do our amendments. We have a constitution. We've not sat to amend it. We need to amend it and put things in place. Now we know, we've learned. Look, for example, the America. We just celebrated 250 years. We had over 60 elections. But their elections, actually, you just watch. You can be making your breakfast. He's the president. You go back to work the next day. Because the systems are in place, institutions are in place. If you don't do public participation when you want to sell our airport, we fire you. We say, no, you can't do it. It's wrong. We say, no, you can't. If we say that devolution, the money is supposed to go to the counties, not you come and say that I'm giving you a road, I'm building it. It's not you. That is not your work.
So what is the biggest problem we're having? Is it the constitution or is it the implementation of the constitution?
It is the implementation of the constitution or the knowledge of what it actually says. And then we depend on our leaders who are also being bought. They just be bought, they go home and sleep, they come back. They're supposed to be interrogating with them and telling them why you're passing those bills. So it's the constitution that we need to really understand it well and apply it. We've got a very good one.
How would you describe Kenya, maybe as we're wrapping up? How would you describe Kenya from the aerial view when you look at everything we just talked about?
Okay, I would say Kenya is a special country. It is a special country. We've got everything.
Yeah.
Where we are located, and the first human being was found here. Yeah, Wazungus are faded blacks. The first human being was found here, and then they all went out. We've got this mineral wealth. We've got intelligent people, educated masses that all speak 3 languages. You know, we're teaching some of them just 1 language. Me, I had to know Kikuyu, Kiswahili, then English to begin with, almost at the age of 6. So we have wonderful things. We have sunlight from 6 to 6. People don't have that. So we are very endowed, but we need to take charge. We need to feel we all own our country. We're not watching from outside in. Like when I saw that at Talanta, you call it Talanta?
Talanta's
right. I've been reading and hearing all the billions going to it. So here I am in the dusty car. I'm seeing people walking, looking so hungry and everything. And there's a thing behind them, billions and billions going there. There's no balance. There's just no balance. Doesn't make sense. I wouldn't even want to come and play there. Will this country be able to even serve breakfast for all Africans playing there? Will they be able to serve breakfast? Just breakfast, eggs, everything. What will people go to the bathroom and not have the sewage flooded in 2 days? Need to have, But anyway, Kenya has everything. It has the best constitution. We need to work on our institutions. If we strengthen our institutions and follow our constitution, it won't matter who is president. So that is because everybody wants to go there and be president. No, it doesn't matter who is president. You go there as a job. Ajin Lamako stayed in an apartment in Frankfurt, and she was leading the country. It doesn't matter who is there. That was her job. She's getting a salary, and that's enough. But we've made it. The president. I said the president. Ruto has hacked the whole president thing. He's a ruler. He's a king. He owns everything. He says the road goes there. No, it's not going anymore. Transformer is going there, not going anymore. What is that?
Because that's what we saw in Olkalau.
Yes. So I would say we have hope. We have a very strong generation that is coming, but we need to also plan. We have to have a 100-year plan like other countries, because we're in danger. Right now we're saying you're not employed. People are getting more unemployed because of AI and all these other changes. We need to change our education system for the future. There's so many things. We need to have clear minds in government and get real technocrats. All these young people, Sifuna Ibi comes and becomes the president. And then we have, we hire young people to come do specific things in the government. You do this, you're going to tackle this KRA issue. You're going to do, just have teams, create that, let them own their future as we're fading off. Yeah. So I think we're fine. We'll be fine if we make the right choices. But right now, what I'm seeing is that we may just be changing one political leader for another one who will come and find a rotten system and see, oh, I can also become rich.
It's all about system. We need to change this system, but we need to keep hope alive. Thank you so much for tuning into that conversation. That has been Comfort Munoru Mwangi. She is a political and governance expert. She lives in the United States and comes to speak to us about what she's seeing. Of course, I hope you're going back soon because watakutafuta.
Yeah, that is Madam Comfort niliambiwa nicheze, so I have achieved that. So Madam Comfort believes hakuna uchaguzi tunafanya. Noma sana. She occasionally comes here, so that is tribute to her. Stone, do you want to react?
No, I can't react because what she has said is what I think I've been saying. I had not watched her, and I think that's what
you can form the line of agreement. You can form the line of agreement.
It's all. I mean, it's absolute. What we have said in the clip in the earlier show. Surely I don't think we need to repeat anything because everything. And she has said it. This is what you also are trying to avoid when we are saying we could not be talking of anything else now other than IBC. Nothing else. Euphoria, no euphoria. Because euphoria, these votes have to be counted. They will be taken care of by a referee. And all of you are evading that. And that's the elephant in the room. That's where we will be cooked early in the morning by this guy. And then we will go to the streets, we will do this, a few will be killed, hapa na pale. Then you will still be the president. Yeah, knowing that Kenyans are not able to resist for long. And that's it. And he will rule with an iron whatever. Because of what? Because we have refused to look at or even dismantle the IBC he put in place. I keep on asking people, even you in Jiro, you seated there expecting Ethel to pronounce Ruto ameshindwa kura. That's what you and Gachagua are seated there thinking. That Ethel will announce Ruto ameshindwa kura, ameshindwa presidential election. That's what you guys are sitting, waiting to see. You must be from another mass, another planet. That that commission will pronounce whoever it will have been as president, just like that. Ngumu sana. And I'm happy Comfort has emphasized on that. We have to really crack the hard nuts. We have to, that kidonda, we have to really kwaruza it. Unajua tunaenda round and round, leaving the rot, mahali rot iko. Tunaenda round and round, and it looks like it's intentional, just like the way, thank God she has also talked about the High Court decision. People have gone cold about it. Why? How? With that's a historic ruling. That's historical. Why? How come we are called on it? How? We are dismissing it. How? These people know what they know. And I will not be surprised wakiwa wako pamoja tu na ni mchezo ile ya town. Washagawiwa vile watagawiwa viti na Ruto nini. Sasa hii ni ile kutoshanisha raia. I keep on saying I don't trust nobody. I don't trust nobody. This could be ile tu kama ile ya Raila. Raila alitubeba miaka ngapi? Akitu nini? Akitupoza poza kama uji. Na ama uji ama ile ugali tunapikanga ya maziwa. Ile unapoza poza hivi unatoast pande hii namna hii alafu unameza. Yeah, that's how we were taken for a ride. All these people could be taking us for a ride. That's why I was thinking Mwananchi should I think we should think differently now. Na bado sioni kama Nanimbi atafanya to think differently. Naona hata atakuwa tu atabatizwa aingizwe kwa hizo kona. Imagine umepewa shilingi kama bilioni 1 ama umepewa 800 million watu wa bribe waambiwe msijali, you'll be in the government. You start getting crazier and opiumed like the way the Luo leaders have been opiumed. They don't want to see anything. Mpaka mtu anasimama kusema if you say one term it will be insulting Ruto. Yani one term imekuwa equals to insult to Ruto. Surely at it insult to Ruto and annoyance to Luos. No, provocation. Njiro. Okay, hii nchi yetu haki ya walai ni nchi ya cartoon. Hii ni cartoon tu, hata si acha tu bana. No wonder Ruto anachekanga yani. By the way, I've been observing Ruto talking because I wanted to know huyu mtu hizi guts ako nazo. What does he nini ako nayo? I've been observing. Unajua nilikuwa hata sitakai kusikizanga speech zake. Lakini kasikia vile ana insist bwana. Kiburi sasa anaita watu wana kiburi. Yeye ndio kiburi imepanda ile to death. Kiburi ile hali ya juu. Mtu amekonda ni skeleton lakini kiburi. Wacha tu. Hiyo kiburi. Yaani wewe Njiru ingekuwa ni wewe ungekuwa hata uogopi. Utaenda wapi ukishindwa? Huyu haogopi kitu. Kwa hivyo ni nini anajua? Yaani ni ng'ombe muno ya mundu mpaka bana hiyo lazima mtuambie ni nini iko. What is under the table man? Hapana. Yezi kuwa tu ati mtu anaona hiyo vile euphoria iko nini? Hapana. Ana vile anajua. Na hiyo kujua vile anajua ndio hiyo. Orengo speech hiyo ulikuwa umeweka earlier was very good. Hiyo speech ya Orengo ni nzuri and that is what now should be. That ni lazima ikue. Lakini sasa naye ubaya pia bado wako kwa hiyo obsession ya party. Sasa wanaleta party ingine na majina fani. Kwanza hizi party majina zinawekwa, they don't mind about the people of the village. Sasa ukiniambia niende pale mahali kunaitwa Masinga pale karibu na Spillway nianze kuambia watu kuna party inaitwa Renaissance sijui ovutani. Sasa hao Wakamba wataniuliza hii kiuni chao nena ba? Anyway, back to you Njiru.
Yeah, Stone PK, we will hope that tunajipanga vizuri. That is what we hope. We hope tunajipanga.
Hiyo nilikwambia toa hiyo hope kwa siasa. Wewe si ndio umesema siasa hakuna permanent enemy, that's another word Kwa nini yetu tutoe?
There's no permanent enemy. I've not said that. I've said in politics there must be an enemy. Hakuna historia ati si adui yangu. That's what I said.
Yes. Yeah. And na mimi nimeanza kuandikia mpaka watu. By the way, I'm writing almost every day. Nimesema niandike, wasome. Yani na nimesema I'm not going to be diplomatic. Tuwe blatant kama hivyo Comfort anafanya. Hata Gachagua ukiweza kumwandikia, mwandikie, anasoma by the way. Anasoma, that's the good thing. You know, that is the good thing. Huyo ndio mtu na nani usoma pia Martha. Because hata unaona.
Mimi Gachagua hajaisoma message yangu.
Really? Una right number yake?
Unless if I have the wrong number.
Maybe una wrong number. Ulikuwa umepewa na nani? Siulize Mkonji. Tumia Mkonji. Na mwambie hata na wewe uanze kucommunicate na huyo Mkonji pia, unajua na yeye pia amelewa. Anaona ni kama kiti ya gavana hajapata. Yaani unajua hii siasa haki ya Mungu. Unaenda kampeni 2-3 vile unachukua cheered. Unasahau county ni kubwa. Na UDA iko. I'm telling you, even from my old village bwana. I'm struggling, I'm fighting with yani na hao watu. Mimi unajua yangu natumia sitaki kuannounce kwa TV. Dile. We don't want to tolerate anything. Ati tunasema hapa tunakuja ati competition ati fair sijui democracy. We are fed up. They have done them worse. Anyway, nimeongea hiyo kwa TV lakini I'm telling you. Unaona bwana? Yeah, we don't need to give them nini bwana. Hakuna kuwapatia chance. We should not give them chance. Ati kubembelezana ati ni democracy, unajua lazima mimi kwanza kuna incumbent kwangu nimesema my village asikuje. Tushamalizana na yeye. Unakuja kufanya wale wanataka wale bado wako na yeye waende kumtafuta. Isn't that fair? Ni kama mtu unaambia mtu asikuje kwa boma yako bwana. Ikiwa kuna watu wana interest na yeye wataenda kumtafuta kule nje. Hii mambo ya fairness ni tuachane nayo bwana. Tuachane na ndio I don't want opposition to go slow on Kasongo. Pana ati wakuwe diverted sasa kazi yao wanaambiwa ati itaenda utafute kura. Kura zishapatikana. Zishapatikana kura. Kura tushapata. Kura tushapata. So kama tushapata tunaanza nini ingine? Kudefend. Na kudefend kwanza kutoa risk zile zinaonekana zinaweza kutufanya tupoteze. That's my approach. Sasa umeona Comfort anashare. Sasa you have 3 people in your podcast who are sharing the same idea.
So according to you, what is Comfort proposing?
Comfort is proposing all efforts should be geared towards IBC na hiyo maneno ya koti. By the way, if I were Gachagua, I would have picked him maneno ya hiyo ruling ya koti kabisa kudismantle Ruto. Kabisa. Hiyo ndio because yeye ndiye akovoko, hiyo ningeishika kabisa. Jamaa mpaka na ni announce na tu announce jamaa sio rezo saa hii. I don't know why hiyo imewaskip. I don't know. Na ni sheria. Hiyo ndio wangeweza Kasongo kabisa na wange mobilize hata watu hata okay, najua wapendi maandamano, but they would have mobilized people to go hapo nini pale kunaitwa nini high court, okay, could demand hiyo ikuwe effected. Pronouncement has been made hivyo, na waende kwa mpaka kwa redio kwa kwa ma TV bana, wameimwagilia maji. Njiro, niambie, what is the secret? What is it? Kwa nini imemwagiliwa maji?
I hope they can still use it as a concept to bring people. Amaji.
Ati as a what?
I hope they can still use it as a concept to bring people, even a revolution in Kenya. I hope they.
Yeah, but how do they bring it when ilisemwa na principles hawakuiongea hata Karua, na wote ni maloya senior counsel.
Mbona waifuatilia ama wanataka Wakenya watokezee wao wenyewe?
Sasa si ndio nakwambia mimi nachukua extreme. They are in the game. They wanataka hii dance kwa magari, juu ya magari. Yes.
Okay.
Remember, hiyo kitu ni foolproof. Hakuna loophole. That interpretation is full handy. Okay? Hakuna mahali utasema ati ina doubt. In fact, Njiru, unajua mimi nimesikiza na nikasikiza Willis vizuri sana, nikasoma pia. Yani the only escape route
for a whole year. Willis hajaanza hiyo story sahi.
No, what we are saying, listen, what we are saying, he has been saying it and then akafile koti. He has been saying it, but that's a different thing. And then he has filed in court and the court has pronounced itself. So it has supported, he has won in court. Him saying is a different thing, but it has been pronounced in the High Court of Kenya. Yeah. So if it has, that is what now makes it law. Him saying was not, it was neither here nor there. People are saying his interpretation, but now it has been supported by the law, by the court of law, that it is true. And the option that the president has is to apply for stay. I mean, for what do we call it? For inaitwaje? He has to apply, apewe option ya angalau period of time ya prepare for that, but it cannot be reversed. That's why it is lethal, but I don't know why ndio wanasema opposition wetu ni cowards. They are cowards. They know what they are looking for, and I don't think they are looking for the seat. Now I doubt them. They are looking for business with Gasongo, kupeleka mwananchi round and round and round, because if they cannot pick that one to make Kasongo a lame duck president, and remember they've been saying, oh, yes.
Soon, wacha nikuulize. And based on what is happening, based on what is happening, what will Willis do? Let's now forget the other principles. What will Willis do now? Sasa, because Willis has been declared right, atafanya nini?
Willis hawezi, hakuna kitu anaweza fanya. Hakuna juati maandamano, watu hawatakuja. Chama yake ni Safina. Safina, so watu hawasikii. No, he has done what anybody would do. You know, I tell you, this is poison. Okay, if you want, you swallow. If you want to be safe, don't swallow. That is wonderful. He has done his job as a lawyer and you know, as a party, whatever. Safina wamesema, wamedeliver that. So what we want to do with that judgment is up to Kenyans. Yeah. Remember, Jimmy is not very popular. Your Safina party is not very popular, but anyway. And Jimmy, people don't see him for presidential candidate. They see him as a person to give those information, technical things. That's what people listen at, but not for him to be in leadership. Don't know why he keeps on hanging there and thinking he can be elected. Ndio ujue saa ingine pesa, ukiwa na pesa unajichocha.
So anyway, na mbona anyway, let's see if kama opposition basi kama kuna mtu atapata courage to speak about it, because they don't seem to have courage to speak about it.
Nani, the first person to speak about it was Kalonzo during the press. Alifanya as a passing statement. Oh, there was that ruling, nini, akaiwater down. Sijasikia Martha. Oh. But ndio unasikiaga
na story kaisha hivyo.
Nani? Tungekuwa na time ni vile sina laptop. Enda kwa ile nini? Mahali alikuwa na ile press conference yake ya mwisho. Sijui alikuwa wapi. Walikuwa na kina nani? Ya mwisho Kalonzo ilikuja akaiongea tu kijuujuu hivyo akasema that's a very, alisema he said it. As a senior counsel sijui hiyo ni si possible si nini. He dismissed it like a kitchen nini.
So as a senior counsel and is the lawyer not using law? Huyo lawyer alileta hiyo story hakuwa anatumia law.
Ndio nakwambia ali dismiss in a way that you would not call him a senior counsel. You really dismiss kitu by saying it's impossible. No, it's not impossible. The ruling has been made. Fine. Wamesema silikuwa inasema Tuesday na iliruliwa when? On Thursday? Of course, it's not practical. But the law says now if it's not practical, you apply immediately for what? Wanaita, there is a language they use. You don't say it's not possible. It's not possible to hold the election in 4 days' time. True, yes. But you have to do something.
Kwa nini hiyo kitu tunaichukua kama we are taking it as a joke? Why are Kenyans taking it as a joke?
No, Kenyans are not taking it as a joke. It is the leaders, because the leaders are shit. All these leaders are useless. They have their personal things, and that's why they cannot even have one candidate. That's why I'm telling you they are bullshit. Take that to any bank, all of them. All of them. Ni kuuza wanauza mwananchi. Kuuza. Wanatudanganya. Me hata sooner or later I'll stop even talking about them. Kwanza hii kitu hii narrative
nao anahesabu miaka 3. So let me ask you a question ni swali tu nauliza constitution ijakuja saa hii during Uhuru time did we apply it?
Na ilireziwa. Hii kitu imekuwa ikidebatiwa, ilireziwa wakaidismiss hivyo. It was raised ya Uhuru kwanza ilikuwa ienda mapema. Wakaagi ilipoanza kuhesabiwa, they gave some very stupid excuse.
So it is something which has been there and we have not had courage to handle it.
Because sasa incumbent wewe unataka ikatwe. Si hata ma-MP wanajua. Kuna siku ma-MP walikuwa waidisolviwa itoke mapema. Wakafanya 5 years and some almost and a half. We have thugs. Ukirudi nyuma after the Kenya wana zero, yani sisi ni waizi kweli. Yani wow. Hiyo nimeikumbuka. Ilikuja sijui ni the first parliament ama ni the second after constitution. Either no, ni the first one. Walikula mshahara miezi ingine karibu sijui 6 ama 4. Tukihesabu vile wacha bwana. Uweza tulihesabu sijui wakafunika. Walikuwa wanaambiwa na activist. Warudishe do. Anaweza kusema waliingia late sijui. I don't know what excuse they are giving. Naitwa mali ya serikali. Haina mwenyewe. Unaponda vile unataka. Anyway. Habari ndio hiyo bana Njiru. Hey Njiru, funga show basi. Halo. Haya, watu wangu wale wako comment section, mimi nitawapigia ogoaheri. Njiru moderator is nowhere. Okay guys, it's been nice seeing all of you. Akina Press J. Luto is panicking. He's wearing white and black like there's a funeral. They went to court and the court dismissed them. Uhuru served 4 years, 6 months. Umejibiwa na village comfort. Ala comfort ako kwa show wewe. Njiru uko wapi? Amekwambia Uhuru alifanya 4 years and 6 months. Yeah, that's what I was. Little play Ruto akiboeka on top of his car. Tinge show. Alafu tinge show. Njiru find the video to lale mem. MCAs went to court and the court dismissed them. Yeah. Ruto is panicking. Uru's term ended early. Oh yeah, sorry. Ruto going back to his. Njiru unaonekana melala, ungecheza hiyo clip akiwa kwao alikuwa nayo. Njiru find the video. Anyway, guys, I'll have to leave because now I can't just be alone in the studio. Njiru amefanya ile kitu yake. All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Good night.